Good morning, everybody. I hope you can hear me. Can somebody please confirm? Olympia, can you please confirm? Perfect. Thank you very much.
Yes, you are fine.
Please turn off your micro, otherwise it will be a mess. So, just to tell you, I'm having some problems with PowerPoint. For some reason, I cannot show the full screen of the slide. But well, at least you can see something. You can see my presentation, and since everybody is recording from home, so I hope not everybody will have this problem. It just started today, actually. Yesterday it worked well. Well, let's start. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to this WebEx only Coordinators Day on Amendments and Reporting. Due to the special circumstances, we are all recording this from home, so there may be some technical problems. We don't have IT people here to help us, and we are our own IT people. So let's hope all goes well. My name is Manuel Romaris. I am the training coordinator for Horizon 2020 at the European Commission, and today I will guide you through the different presentations that we have. First, I would like to mention some technical tips for you. Please turn off your camera and mute your micro. The micro is very important because otherwise everybody will hear you talking or doing whatever. And for the camera, it's especially important because we are expecting something like 1,000 connections today, and we would like to avoid any kind of bandwidth problems. If you have any questions, please use the chat facility in WebEx, only through the chat facility. Today, we are counting on the help of two people for the question part. Renata Fijalkowska will be here during the morning. She is already connected. And Cara O'Connor will be here in the afternoon just for dealing with your questions. They will collect them and transmit them to the speakers. I see that somebody is talking there. I can hear some micro, please turn it off. This session will be recorded. Presentations and the recording will be available under the agenda, next to each agenda item in the registrations page. In the same page where you register, you remember at the top left, there was the link to the agenda. Under the agenda, next to each agenda item, there will be there the presentations. And that will take probably a couple of days. Maybe tomorrow it will be there, but usually a couple of days. So let's go to the agenda. We have a couple of changes. Unfortunately, the speaker for the guarantee fund is not available. We will publish anyhow the presentation, her presentations with the other ones. And we have a last minute point, a last minute addition. Is grant management under COVID-19. I think that will be an important point for everybody. So let's go to the agenda. Now it goes. So my part is the welcome agenda and logistics. It's a very small part, only 10 minutes. And immediately after, I will give the floor to Miriam Gomez Martelo. Miriam is a legal person. He's a lawyer from the legal Common Service on Legal Processes. After that, we go to, after half an hour, amendments, the business process and IT tool. We'll have a small coffee break for half an hour, ideally from 11 to 11:30, depending how is the timing. And after that, we have the last presentation of the model, of the morning, model grant agreement, financial issues, avoiding common errors. We will have a lunch break for about 1.5 hours at 12:30. And after that, we resume the afternoon session about reporting mainly at 14 hours. So we'll be reporting and payments, the legal basis first for half an hour, reporting and payments, the business process and IT tool, and we will finalize the afternoon and the day with the grant management under COVID-19. a new topic that will be only 15 minutes. So we are missing one of the presentations. We are going to finalize a little bit earlier. Instead of 16 or 16:15 that we usually finalize these kind of events, now we are going to finalize it, I hope, around 15:30, 3:30 in the afternoon. So we have more time later on. So that's all from my part. Sorry, I muted me. So I'm stopping sharing, and the first presenter is about the amendments, the legal basis, and that will be Miriam. I have to give her the role. Miriam Gomez Martelo, as I said before, she's a lawyer in the Common Legal Service. I have to find, you are so many that I have to find Miriam here in the list to give her the roles of presenter. So I'm passing the presenter privileges to Miriam.
Madonna mia.
Miriam.
Okay, good morning, everybody. I'm going to make that you can see my screen so that we can follow the presentation. So just a second, can you see it? No. A ver, just a moment. Can you see my, just Manuel, reply only you. Can you see my presentation?
No. So far.
Sure.
Something's going on.
But the others, please don't say no, because I only need one person. If one sees, everybody can see it. Stop, because every time we have a sound and it's a bit annoying. So just, and I see that some of you cannot hear, but then I don't think that we can help those people, no? Olympia. Everybody, I think those that they cannot hear, but they cannot hear me now, they should disconnect and then connect themselves.
Yeah, they should use a different browser. Most probably you have a browser problem.
So can you see it now, the
Yes.
presentation, Manuel?
I can see your presentation. Everybody can see your presentation now.
Okay, so I'm going to start now. We are going to, so as Manuel said, I'm Miriam Gomez Martelo. I work in the Common Legal Support Service, and I am the head of unit for financial issues related to the grant agreement and also for amendments and termination. We are going to see the provisions that are stated in Article 55 of the grant agreement, which are related to amendments. What is an amendment? An amendment is when we need an amendment when after signing a grant agreement, we need to change some of the provisions on the conditions of what we have already signed. However, we cannot change everything. There are certain terms and conditions that we cannot change. We can change the specific data to each grant, the duration, reporting period, the options. We can change Annex 1 because this is specific to each grant, and we can change Annex 2, but the other conditions cannot be changed. What are the consequences of a grant agreement is that the new provisions become an integral part of the grant agreement, and the other provisions that we did not change, they remain unchanged and with full effect. There are some limits to what we can change in an amendment, and these changes may not result in changes that, if they were known at the time of awarding the grant, so at the time of the valuation, they would have not been selected. For example, we need to have 3 beneficiaries from 3 different member states. An amendment cannot change one beneficiary and then we don't comply with this eligibility criteria of the three beneficiaries from three different member states. One of the important principles in this amendment is that we respect the equal treatment of the applicants. This is why we cannot change the grant in a way that it would have changed the evaluation result. Also, we cannot change in the action something that would have changed the assessment regarding the award criteria established in the call. For example, we cannot change Annex 1, the description of work, in a way that would change the topic of the call, because in this case, this amendment, this proposal at the time would have been outside of scope. And also, we cannot change the grant agreement in a way that would not comply with the rules for participation, the financial regulation, or the provisions of the grant agreement. For example, in the grant agreement, we have that certain tasks of the coordinator cannot be given to a third party or subcontracted. We cannot do an amendment saying that we are going to do this payment or submission of the reports will be done by another grant agreement, by another beneficiary, because it would be against the grant agreement. Or, for example, in the financial regulation, it is said that we cannot reimburse twice the same costs. So we cannot do amendments going against this principle. When we have to submit an amendment? There is no specific deadline for the submission of the amendment, but in principle should be before the end of the action. There are some exceptions where we can do an amendment after the end of the duration of the action. And this is, for example, if the coordinator goes bankrupt and we need to change the coordinator before doing the final payment. In that case, we will do an amendment. And also, if the coordinator changes the bank account and we still need to make the final payment, even if it is after the duration of the project, we would do an amendment. So there is no specific date for submission. However, it is recommended that the amendment request it is submitted sufficiently in advance in order to give time to the other party to prepare and to analyze the submission request, the amendment request that has been sent. The request must be clear and complete. Who can make a request of amendment? So since the grant agreement was signed by the consortium and by the commission or the agency, then any of the parties can submit a request for amendment. These amendments have to be agreed because cannot be oral, cannot be have to follow the procedure that has been established in the grant agreement that we are going to see here. In which cases the Commission may request an amendment. For example, if there is an error in the grant agreement, in the pre-financing, there is an error in the amount or other errors, there are many errors that can be made, then the Commission will initiate this amendment. The consortium can also request an amendment. And as the coordinator is the interlocutor for everything, also it is the one that submits, signs, and receives the amendments on behalf of the beneficiaries. In the accession form that all the beneficiaries have to sign for acceding to the grant agreement, it is stated that the beneficiary agrees that the coordinator will submit on his behalf amendments. One exception to this is when what the consortium wants to change is the coordinator, and it is without its agreement. In this case, one of the beneficiaries should submit the request of amendment on behalf of the others, and they should contact the project officer because it has to be allowed in the IT system manually that another beneficiary can submit an amendment, because otherwise it is only the coordinator who can submit an amendment request. However, the coordinator has to follow what has been agreed by the consortium. So if in the consortium agreement it has been decided that the amendment request would be subject to unanimity, simple or qualified majority, the coordinator has to follow the agreement of the consortium. He cannot act on his own. How do we submit an amendment? Well, in Horizon 2020, there was a big change compared to FP7 because everything is done through the portal. There is no paper anymore, no paper signatures, no letters, everything is in the portal. The preparation, the submission, and the signature. So the coordinator has to prepare, well, the coordinator or the requesting party, but in most of the cases, the coordinator has to encode the request in the funding and tenders portal. The reasons for the amendment have to be clearly indicated. All the supporting documents have to be uploaded, and if there are any validations, for example, there is a new beneficiary, then we need to have the validation of this beneficiary. We need to have the PIC, the participant identification code, and we need to have the bank account if there is a new coordinator, the bank account validated. So we need to have everything ready in order to submit. Everything is ready, then we submit, and the coordinator signs electronically the request. This is signed by what is called the PL sign, and who is this person? Is the one who is authorized to commit the entity. In principle, it's the same person that signed the grant agreement or the accession form. For example, in a university would be the rector or the dean. It is not needed to be the same person, but the same post, the person in the post. Then the receiving party, if agrees with the amendment, then it would be countersigned electronically. And it is also signed by the one able to commit the entity. In which cases do we need to sign an amendment? We are going to see the different cases, and what is important is that all these amendments are already typified in the participant portal. The text of the amendment is a standard. There are, of course, free fields to be filled in, and the coordinator has to choose between all the amendment types. We have more than 60 amendment types that are applicable to all grant agreements, and then we have specific amendments for the ERC, for Marie Sklodowska-Curie, and all the other different grants that they have their own specificities. We are going to see here the most frequent amendments. Some relate to the beneficiaries, then to the action, changes in the action, so in Annex 1, and then changes in the budget, so in Annex 2. The first change on the beneficiaries can be that we are going to terminate one of the participation of one of the beneficiaries. Again, this termination can be triggered by any of the parties, either by the Commission or by the beneficiaries. If the termination is triggered by the Commission, we need to state the reasons for the termination, and these reasons are in Article 50.3. It could be, for example, in case of fraud, irregularities, serious breach of obligations, change of legal or financial situation of the beneficiary. Then we have to open a contradictory procedure with the beneficiary concerned. So we send what we call a pre-info letter stating the facts why we consider that there has been irregularities or breach or one of these reasons. Then the beneficiary has 30 days to submit its observations. If after this period the beneficiary has not submitted observations, or despite the observations that they have received, the Commission decides to terminate, then we notify the termination in the termination letter. We call it confirmation letter. If the Commission takes into account these observations, then it may decide not to proceed with the termination, and then it will be the end of the process. However, if the Commission decides to notify the termination date, in this confirmation letter, the date of the termination should be specified. Either is another date or a date the day after the notification. In any case, this date cannot be retroactive. It has to be always either after the notification, the day after, or in a future date. So once the termination has taken place, the coordinator who has been informed about all this process must submit an amendment request within 60 days. Why? Because we need to know what is going to happen with the tasks that this beneficiary was supposed to carry out. There is the technical collective responsibility of the consortium to find a solution. In this solution, we need to have in the amendment request what is the reallocation of tasks of the terminated beneficiary, what is the distribution of payments, how much has been paid to this beneficiary, and we need to have also the reports from the beneficiary that has been terminated. If the termination is requested by the beneficiaries, then the coordinator notifies the termination via the participant portal to the Commission agency. This termination may be on request of the beneficiary concerned or on behalf of the consortium. So, in case that the beneficiary terminated does not agree, we need to have the opinion of the beneficiary or the proof that the beneficiary has been asked to provide its views on this. In the amendment request, the reasons for requesting the termination has to be stated. Here, we have already seen two differences in relation to when the termination is triggered by the Commission. With the Commission, there is a contradictory procedure, and then the termination takes effect. And there are specific reasons to do it, to do the termination. Here, there are no specific grounds for termination, and what the coordinator does is notify the termination. So the termination cannot be retroactive, but will take place after the notification. So the Commission may analyze this case and then cannot oppose to the termination. However, if we consider that this termination is improper, we can apply reduction to the consortium. So, in the amendment request, the reallocation of tasks of the terminated beneficiary have to be stated, so the changes in Annex 1 or 2 have to be included. We need to have also the distribution of payments that this beneficiary terminated has received. And maybe in this allocation of tasks, if they are not done by the beneficiaries already existing, we would need to have the addition of a new beneficiary. And we are going to see this just after this case. So the consequences is that once this beneficiary has been terminated, in the list or in the preamble of the list of beneficiaries, the name of this beneficiary will remain, but it will be added until which day it was part of the grant agreement. If there is a linked third party also that was linked to this beneficiary, also in Article 14, the date until when the linked third party has been part of the consortium will appear. For the cases where the termination is due to the non-accession, then some of the options maybe disappear because they are not applicable anymore. So if we are going to add a new beneficiary, then before the submission, the new beneficiary must be validated, and also they need a PIC, this participation identification code, and the following documents must be signed electronically in the system. The grant preparation forms with the declaration of honor, Annex 3, which is the accession form, and there the accession date has to be established. And here, a difference between the addition and the termination of a beneficiary is that the addition can be retroactive. So the termination not retroactive, but the addition, yes, can be retroactive. And maybe, if applicable, we need Annex 3A and Annex 3B. What are the consequences of adding a new beneficiary is that this new beneficiary will be added in the list of beneficiaries in the preamble. We need to change Annex 1 and 2 because we need to know which are the tasks that this beneficiary is going to do, and also which is the budget of this beneficiary. And sometimes we may add some options to the grant agreement. For example, if this new beneficiary is an international organization, or if it is the Joint Research Center, or if the beneficiary has a linked third party. So the addition may be linked to the termination or not. So it could be a separate process. Another change with the beneficiaries is if the beneficiary has gone through a partial takeover. In FP7, we used to call this partial transfer of rights and obligations. What is a partial takeover? This means that some of the assets of the beneficiary have been taken over by a new entity. So one department, one specific unit, one division, and then this goes to a new entity. But the beneficiary continues to exist. So in this case, we need to clarify what has happened with the grant agreement. Did the grant agreement stay with the beneficiary, or did it go to the other new entity? In case that it stays with the beneficiary, there is no need for an amendment. If the grant is part of these assets that have been transferred to the new entity, then we need to have an amendment. And it is very important to know what is the financial liability of the new entity vis-a-vis the beneficiary, because in many cases the beneficiary did not justify all the pre-financing that it has received. So it is important to know if the new beneficiary has taken over also its financial obligations. Now we go to another type of amendment, and is when the action has to be changed. So we need to make some changes in the description of the action. When a proposal is submitted, it is for 2-3 years, and then we know that in research is not an exact science, that many things may happen, and that we may need to change certain things during the duration of the grant, and we indeed do very often. So if this change is a significant change in the action tasks, then we need to have an amendment. There is no a magic definition of significant change. This has to be examined on a case-by-case basis and to be discussed with the beneficiary, with the project officer. We would need also to change Annex 1 if we need to add a subcontractor or in-kind contributions provided by third parties. It is possible that at the time of the signature of the grant, we didn't know that we would need a subcontract because for whatever reason, some parts of some tasks of the grant cannot be carried out by the beneficiary itself, and there will be a need to subcontract. So in this case, it will be needed to do an amendment. Also, if we need to do some changes in the task of the linked third party or adding a linked third party. And also, we may need to change Annex 1 if we have added or removed some of the options in the grant agreement. For example, if we use this transnational access to research infrastructures, then we would need to change Annex 1 and 2. When do we need a change of Annex 2? So the estimated budget table, when there is a significant change in Annex 1, then we need to do also if there has been transfer of tasks from one beneficiary to another, then we would need to do an amendment also of Annex 2 to reflect these changes. Also, we need an amendment if we are going to change cost from one form of cost that has not been foreseen by the beneficiary. For example, if the beneficiary has put real cost to unit and it is going to use unit cost, but unit cost in category F. So the clinical studies, the energy efficiency for buildings, and the access to research infrastructures. We do not need an amendment if this transfer of form of cost is within personnel cost, so from actual to the SME unit cost, for example, or if the beneficiary is going to use the internally invoiced goods and services, so in category D. In those two cases, we do not need an amendment. It's when we are going to use the unit cost in category F. We also need to change Annex 2A, which is additional information in the estimated budget concerning unit costs. This change is if in the calculation of the unit costs have to be done. So this is again also category F, but also the SME unit cost. In which cases there are changes, but we do not need to do an amendment. These changes will be done they will update the database, but will not be done through an amendment. So we have already seen some of these changes. Cases where no amendment is needed is that if there is a transfer of budget between one beneficiary and the other, then there is no need if this transfer is not important. For example, one beneficiary has spent more and one beneficiary has spent less, but they are all doing the same tasks, then we can do this transfer of budget from beneficiaries because there were no changes in the allocation of tasks. Also, within the budget of a beneficiary, we can be transferred from one budget category to another if the tasks are carried out as foreseen. Then no need for an amendment. When do we need an amendment is if there is a reallocation of tasks in Annex 1, as we have seen, And in this case, it will be also an amendment, modification of the Annex 2 in the budget table. For the transfer between forms of cost, we have already seen if the form of cost has not been included in the budget, so there is a need to use the unit cost under column F, yes, then there is a need to do an amendment. We do not need to do an amendment if, for example, an SME has put the cost of the owner in actual cost, but in fact, this SME owner does not have a salary, then they can use the SME unit cost and there is no need for an amendment. Also, if the beneficiary has put actual cost and in fact is going to use average personal cost, which is also a unit cost, no need for an amendment. If the beneficiary is going to use internal invoices and has not foreseen, there is no need for an amendment. It can do it and there is no problem. For the subcontracts, it is strongly advised to do it through an amendment. So an amendment that has not been foreseen since the beginning, it is advised to do an amendment. However, there is a procedure, a light procedure for approval of this subcontract, and then the beneficiary will state in the reporting period this subcontract that was not foreseen since the beginning. And then if the report is approved by the Commission, then in this case, the cost of this subcontract are approved. It is possible to follow this light procedure. However, if the Commission does not approve, then there is the risk that this cost will not be eligible and will be rejected. Other cases where an amendment is not necessary is when there is a change of the name or change of address of the beneficiary. Also, in case of universal transfer, universal takeover, what we used to call in FP7, universal transfer of rights and obligations. So in this case, all rights and obligations of the beneficiary go to another entity, and the first entity disappears. However, we have to be very careful because this may be important and may need some changes. For example, if the beneficiary was an SME, then it is taken over by a big company and it loses the SME status. Or if the beneficiary is a non-profit organization and we are in innovation action, and after the universal takeover, the new beneficiary is not a non-profit organization. So in this case, we would need an amendment. So it is in general no, but we have to see also each specific case. We do not need an amendment if there is a change in the name of the bank, in the address of the branch, and the name of the account holder. So here in the past, we need amendments, and it was really a bit of a nightmare because we had to do hundreds or thousands of amendments. So now no need to do an amendment, only if we change the bank account number. Yes, in this case, we would need an amendment, but for the rest, we only need to update this information. And how do we do this update of the information? Then the beneficiaries have to inform of any change to the Commission, and these changes are reported through the participant portal, so the funding and tenders portal. So the LIAR, who is the person that is able to do these changes, updates the information in the system. They also have to inform the coordinator, and then the validation services of the Commission then validate the information in the IT system. Then the validation, these changes are notified through the portal. And in here, it will be the case where the Commission will analyze if there are any impact in the action or in the implementation. For example, we may receive a notification of a change of address. So in principle, no need for an amendment. However, if the change of address is going to a third country, then this may have implications if this third country cannot receive EU funding. And then we have to do an amendment to put this beneficiary as beneficiary not receiving EU funding, or in an extreme case, it will trigger the termination of the beneficiary if there are some commercial or important things at stake. So what is the procedure of an amendment? After the submission of the request that we have seen that is done via the participant portal, the receiving party has 45 days to examine and to validate this request. So during this period, the other party can either agree, so they sign, reject the amendment request. It can request additional information. In the rejection, we have to explain the reasons why it is rejected, the amendment. Request additional information, request an extension of the deadline for assessment. For example, if the Commission wants to carry out a review in order to analyze the changes in Annex 1, for example, or maybe there is no reaction during this time. If there is no reaction during these 45 days, then there is a tacit rejection of the amendment. Here there is a change in relation to FP7 because in FP7 there was a tacit agreement. Now it is a tacit rejection. During these 45 days, the beneficiary or even the Commission can withdraw, the submitting party can withdraw the amendment request. This withdrawal can be to do changes or to resubmit, but it can be done at any time during this period. So some important things to keep in mind is that a request of amendment is considered as a package. If we have several changes in the same amendment request, either they will all be accepted or all rejected, but we will not make some yes and some not. So if it is like this, then the whole package will be rejected. So here it is important to know, for example, if in the amendment request there is the change of the bank account, termination, addition of a beneficiary, and extension of the duration. Then there are some, the Commission will need some more time to examine this request, but there is a payment that is approaching. Then it would be better to withdraw the amendment request and submit different amendment request. One for the change of bank account, which is done really in a couple of days because the coordinator signs and then the Commission validates and signs. So it's done quickly, and then we can proceed with the payment. And then the other ones that are a bit more complicated, they can be subject to a different package of amendments. So this means that once the amendment request has been submitted, cannot be changed. So what the thing to do is to withdraw the amendment and make the necessary changes. As a reminder, no tacit approval of amendments. After 45 days, the amendment request has been rejected. And once the grant agreement has been signed, then, the amendment has been signed, the amendment enters into force. And we are going to see the difference between entry into force and taking effect. Upon the signature of both parties, the amendment enters into force. So the last one that signs electronically in the electronic exchange system is the date of entry into force. However, in the amendment, there are some changes that may take effect at different dates. It can take effect, the amendment, once the amendment enters into force, or on a different date that has been already agreed by the parties. Usually, all the changes take effect.
It seems we are having problem with Miriam. Hello, Miriam, you are still there? We cannot hear you anymore.
Active. So from the date of entry into force.
Hello, Miriam.
Sorry, yes?
The last minute or so was not heard from you. There were some sound problems. Can you start from this slide again?
This slide or the previous one? This one.
I think it's this one only.
Okay. So we are going to see now the difference between entering into force of the amendment and taking effect of the changes of the amendment. Upon the signature of the amendment by the last party of the agreement and of the amendment will enter into force. And all the changes are binding from that moment. So the last party that signs in the electronic exchange system makes that the amendment enters into force from that date. However, the changes that are in the amendment may take effect at different moments. Usually, after the entry into force, the changes take effect. But for the different changes, the parties may agree on different dates. And we can have different changes starting at different dates, taking effect at different dates. For example, if we have a termination of a beneficiary, we saw that cannot be retroactive. It's from the date of the notification. But a new beneficiary, if we sign today, for example, we can add a new beneficiary that started in March or in January. So the different changes may have different dates of taking effect. And this is the last slide, just a reminder, or where you can find all these explanations and more examples in the annotated model grant agreement, in the explanations in Article 55. You can find more details. Also in the guidance for amendment types and supporting documents. Here, what you have is a detail of each amendment and the possible combinations. So if you have termination, then you need to change Annex 1, Annex 2. Then as an option, you have duration. So it is really very explanatory and very practical. And in the Horizon 2020 online manual, you also find interesting information, and I think that the presentation and the slides. And now I will stop sharing, and we open the questions that you may have.
Yes, thank you very much, Miriam. It was perfect. We had plenty of questions, and Renata Fijarkowska, a colleague from the Common Support Center at the European Commission, was taking them. Renata, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, and I hope you can hear me well.
Yes, perfect.
So in the beginning, I will tell that there were some questions related to COVID issues. So I will not read them now because we will have a separate presentation about the COVID measures and how it will be implemented. So maybe I will focus on the amendment one.
Yes.
So first one, is it possible to make amendment to move funding from one category to another category which is subcontracting, which was not previewed for the in the original grant agreement annex description of action, but during the life of the project, the beneficiary feels that it would be beneficial. It's needed because there were some issues in the project, and changing a little bit the work would help.
I cannot hear you very well, because I think there are people that has not unmuted
Okay.
their micro. So the question is whether it is needed an amendment if the category for subcontractor was foreseen or not foreseen.
Not foreseen in the project, and beneficiary would like to move some costs from other costs to subcontracting for the tasks which were not previewed in the original description of action.
Okay, so here we have, at the moment of the signature of the grant agreement, no subcontract was foreseen, and now the beneficiary considers that they need to do a subcontract. Then, as I said, we have to do an amendment. This would be the right procedure to do an amendment to define the tasks that are going to be subcontracted, to explain to give the budget, and if you know who is going to be the subcontractor, but this is not needed. Then we need to do an amendment. However, as I explained, there is so. However, as explained, there is another possibility in Article 13, and is that the beneficiaries can identify these costs, and in the reporting period, and then if the Commission approves this report, then the cost and the task subcontracted are approved.
I think it's a answer to this question. And another one.
Sorry, one moment, please. Can you, once you finalize the question, can you turn off the micro, because we hear plenty of noises.
Okay. So the question, another one is, it's not, must be somebody else's. Maybe we can ask everybody not talking now to mute, because indeed we can hear a lot of noise. Okay, question. Can the same organization become a link third party to two different beneficiaries?
Yes, I think that we can accept this, that a link third party is in two beneficiaries. This I might need to confirm, because this would be possible that, so it is one beneficiary that has to carry out some tasks, then they call for this third party, and then each beneficiary would be responsible for the part of the work of the link third party. I think that yes, there is the possibility to do this. I will have to confirm this. If you have the person that has raised the question, or I don't know how we can communicate this to the audience.
We can maybe ask the person to send email to any of us, and we can answer directly to confirm it.
You send a mail to me, a message to me, or...
Okay, and we will internally. In case of termination of beneficiary by coordinator, what are exactly documents to be submitted to go out termination report? Do we need opinion letter from the beneficiary to be terminated?
Yes. So we need to have the opinion of the beneficiary and to know if the beneficiary agrees. So if the beneficiary agrees, then there is no, I mean, there's no problem. No, there is one less problem. But if the beneficiary that is going to be terminated does not reply, then you have to submit proof that you have tried to contact several times the beneficiary, so that we don't have the opinion of the beneficiary, but because he has not replied. What else do we need? We need to have the reallocation of tasks, the distribution of payments, and the termination date of this beneficiary.
If the SME owner without salary should change its form of costs from actual cost to unit cost, is amendment required in such cases?
No, we don't need to change to do an amendment for this change. As I explained, if the SME owner put his personal cost as actual and it does not have a salary, then it can use the SME unit cost without the need of an amendment.
We have time for one more question, please.
Okay, so I will maybe. Okay. What does tacit rejection mean? Can you resubmit the amendment then?
Tacit rejection means that it's rejected, so that you have not received a letter saying your grant agreement has been rejected, but that there is really a rejection. So the consequence is the same. The difference is that you have not received anything in writing. Yes, you can resubmit, but if you have not received before resubmitting, it would be advisable to contact the project officer and to see why he has not replied, or why these requests remain unchanged, because maybe it was because there was I don't know, sick or whatever reason. And then yes, in this case it would make sense to resubmit, and but yes, it can be resubmitted.
Thank you very much, Miriam, and thank you also to Renata. We have really to pass to the next section because we are running a little bit late. So the next part is amendments, the business process and IT tool. The presenter is Attila Bersik. He is already the rights presenter, so you can see his presentation there. Attila, the floor is yours.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. A warm welcome on this webinar. Manuel, please confirm that the sound is audible.
Perfect, thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, colleagues, let me go on. Very briefly, recapture what Miriam presented. The amendment process is a fully electronic process, paperless, endorsed with an e-signature. In practical terms, you will have exactly the same user experience as you used to have during grant agreement preparation. I highlighted with red some significant differences though. One is that whenever you submit an amendment request, this request cannot be altered, no modification to it. Accordingly, either there is an agreement on it or rejection. During, however, the assessment of an amendment request, complementary information may be requested by the EU services. As Miriam highlighted, this is a time-bound process. There are a 45 days deadline applicable all across the process. I would like already to add one clarification regarding the tacit rejection. Some of you may rightfully think that if you invested a lot to prepare an amendment, then after the expiry of 45 days, you lose all the investment because the tacit rejection applies. Well, in the event of beneficiary / consortium requested amendment, so if you request and submit an amendment request, we only apply the tacit rejection indirectly. So we will make all efforts that the EU services will not practically, the EU services action will not lead to a tacit rejection. That's very important because in this way the work is your work, your investment is not lost. And last key element, there is a withdrawal possible to a certain extent, and in one point of time, I will explain later on what does it mean, what is the moment you can withdraw the amendment request. So after this brief introduction, you can expect from me that we will make a quick walkthrough of the process. Actually, the process entails four characteristic and independent steps. Well, independent in a sense that the sequence applies. Here I already want to add one more characteristic. How the amendment process is currently implemented reflects the FIFO rule, means if you have an amendment request submitted, as long as this request is not assessed and processed through, means it's either approved or rejected, you will not be able to submit a new amendment request. However, this will not prevent you from preparing. You can prepare in parallel several amendment requests, but you will be able to submit only one at once. So the four steps are as indicated there. Launch the request preparation, then you de facto prepare, you compose the amendment request. Then there is a possibility during the preparatory phase still that you consult the EU counterpart, the competent EU officer. I will explain later on what this may entail. And then there is a quick signature and submission, and then the ball on the court of the EU services, they will assess the request. Now, how to launch an amendment request. From here onwards, I will show you some screenshots from the portal indicating where we are in the process and in the explanation. So as usual, and I hope so now that this is habitual for you, if you are a coordinator contact, then you will be able to launch an amendment request. That's very important. Only the primary coordinator contact can launch an amendment request. You log in into the portal as indicated, and then once you logged in, you will find yourself under your project. Of course, you select your project. If you have several, if you have one, then obviously the list will point to the single project you have. Then you click on manage projects, and then you end up in the habitual screen, what you already saw it during grant agreement preparation. Then right above corner, there is a button and a text indicating launch new interaction. This is the corner and button where you can initiate certain new processes. For the sake of our today's walkthrough, the first what you will see there is request for an amendment. This is the first. There are some others then, for instance, formal notification, which you may use frequently, and there is one other I would like just to highlight in the middle. You see that grant agreement termination. Important why I'm saying this here. This is a standalone notification process what concerns the termination of the grant agreement. Please don't give a try, because after 3 clicks, actually you do de facto terminate your grant agreement. So don't use it. For the purpose of the amendment, read out the first, and then if you click on it, then actually the first step is done. You have launched the new amendment request. You see there an option still in the screen saying latest legal date, or then there are some amendment numbers. What does it mean? Well, the electronic system always uses the latest valid legal data in order to prepare any new transaction, be it a reporting or be it a new amendment. However, in order not to lose previous amendments, if these were rejected or withdrawn, the system will indicate here those, and you are able to prepare a new amendment request based on the rejected one or a withdrawn one. In this way, we will eliminate the loss of your previous investment in the preparation. Simply, you can use most of the information what you already imputed. You make the appropriate changes, and this way, for instance, you can easily reflect a reason of rejection by making correction or adjusting your request and resubmitting again. It is rather easy in this way. Now, once you launched it, actually, you will see a usual process screen indicating that a new process is ongoing. In this case, this is amendment requests, and there will be a date stamp at the launched phase and indicating that the process is ongoing. There, if you click on the amendment icon highlighted with red on the screen, then you end up in the grant management system inside the portal Sigma, and actually you already started the second step, preparing your amendment request. Importantly, how the amendment request preparation goes on. You don't need to select any amendment types. The only thing what you need to do, you do edit your amendment data. You do modify the grant agreement data, and based on these modifications, once you save it, the system will select the relevant amendment types. Means you can only focus, and you should focus your work on doing the right things, and the rest is up to the system. The system will guide you. The system will select all amendment types and will make sure that based on your changes in the grant agreement data, the right amendment types are selected and the amendment is appropriately composed. Importantly, during the preparation, the system will always highlight and list all compulsory documents that need to be uploaded or changed during the amendment request. This listing and checks are based on the amendment type you are working on. Importantly, during the entire preparatory phase, you will have a proper overview and tracking of all changes you make. How it is done: whenever you save changes, the system will always create a draft out of your additions and will indicate what you have changed. Important, these are still draft at this stage. Important advice for all of you, in particular if you are new at the amendments. One single amendment request may consist several changes. What does it mean? One request is actually a package if you introduce several changes. Of course, there are interlinked changes. For instance, if you add a new beneficiary, it is obvious that you will need to change Annex 1 and Annex 2. However, there might be other changes what you can put into one package. Adding a new beneficiary, making additions of linked third parties for existing beneficiaries, and so on and so forth. A word of advice: if you have urgencies, this should be a priority. In this case, I strongly advise you to prepare and submit a lean amendment request and not encompassing several changes into one request. The more complex an amendment request is, it will take more time from you to prepare, and later on it may take more time from the use services to assess this. So instead of large monstrous amendment requests, I strongly advise you to prepare lean requests. Now, how the amendment request preparation goes on. Here on this screen, you already see two important elements. An amendment request, when it is just prepared, so before submission, can be cancelled at any moment. Cancelled amendment requests are not stored in the system. Those are just cancelled. And of course, during the entire process, you will be able to exchange quick messages with the competent officer by using the messaging facility integrated in the ongoing process. And I told you, if you click on the amendment icon indicated with red framing, then you end up inside the preparation. And as most probably you already experienced during grant agreement preparation, the system is logging every event with a timestamp and indicating that who did what when there is an ongoing process. Later on, it will apply also for reporting and other processes. That it's fully logged and traced who is doing what. If you click on the amendment, then you end up in the grant management system integrated in the portal. It is hopefully very popular, very familiar already for you because you used it already during grant agreement preparation. There are some differences compared to there, which are inherent characteristics to an amendments, and I will highlight these by using some examples. First example is change of start date as an easy change. As I told you, you don't select an amendment type. Instead, you go to the general information tab in Sigma, and then you will start editing the start date indicated there. If you click on there, and when I say you, it is always the primary coordinator contact, or if it's a mono-beneficiary grant, then a main beneficiary will be able to make this addition. If you click on it, a calendar view will pop up. You will be able to select a new start date. That's it. That's easy. It is so easy, as we just said, to make these changes. And once you save these changes, the system will track it and will select the appropriate amendment type. I will show you later on. A second example, again, how to add a new beneficiary. Very simple. In the habitual Sigma screen, you go to the beneficiary tab, as indicated with red in the screen. Here, for the sake of the example, this is a mono beneficiary grant. You see that there is one with an active status. And once you are on the screen, you will be able to click on the Add New Beneficiary button. Once you click on it, two options come up. You will be able to select a new beneficiary based on the known PIC code, or you will be able to run a search for the new beneficiary based on the name. Then, once you have selected the beneficiary, for the sake of this example, this is University of Nottingham there, then you will be able to select, and you must actually select the start date of the incoming new beneficiary. For this purpose, there are two, not two, even three choices there. There can be a fixed start date. Then there are other two options. One is actually the date when the amendment will enter into force. This is why it's important to emphasize the notion of entry into force date, as Miriam already said. Or there is a third option that the actually joining date will be the date when the new beneficiary signs the accession form. On this screen, I can already add one more warning to you. What is the precondition to be able to add a new beneficiary for a grant agreement? This beneficiary must be already registered in the participant registry, but not necessarily validated. So register it. However, the amendment request you will be able to submit only if the new freshly added beneficiary is fully validated. This is a precondition. This way, we make sure that you submit admissible amendment request, and you later on you don't need to do anything else because the validation of the given new beneficiary is complete and is in force. Now, some examples on how the system is controlling the interlinked tasks and duties. So what are the consequence duties if you add a new beneficiary? What else you need to do? As I told you, a new beneficiary need to be referenced in the Annex 1, in the technical annex, and of course in the budget table. The system will always indicate to you that these two annexes to the grant agreement need to be updated. And this is how you will be able to do it. Whenever you save the amendment request still in draft, the system will send you a validation message that you need to revise Annex 1 and the budget table. Also, in case of the addition of a new beneficiary, there are some inherent obligations to comply with. What are these in this case? The new beneficiary will have to sign a declaration of honor and, of course, the accession form that makes the adherence to the grant agreement valid. Who can do it? Of course, since the beneficiary is newly validated, we'll have to also select certain roles, and is always the legal signatory of the given beneficiary who will have to electronically sign the declaration of honor and the accession form. How it is done practically? Whenever the new beneficiary added into the draft amendment, the system will generate automatic alerts, and if this new beneficiary already has a legal signatory, then we'll send messages and will prompt the right person to sign declaration of honor and the accession form. These two documents are inherent part of the amendment, and without signing them, the coordinator will not be able to submit the amendment request. Some other easy examples. What can be done during amendment with work packages? If your grant agreement contains work packages, and most of the grant agreements under Horizon 2020 do contain, there are three possibilities how you can change them by way of amendment. You can add a new work package, you can revise existing one, and there is also a notion that you can delete existing work packages. Now, What concerns list of deliverables, other quick example, only the coordinator may edit deliverables. The coordinator will be able to change the type of existing deliverables, change the dissemination level indicated for existing deliverables, the due date. This is a novelty. Because in some cases you may see still proportional delays in the delivery of the given deliverable. In this case, you may ask for a new due date for for the given deliverable. Of course, as coordinator, you will be able to edit the description. Also, if you want to reshuffle certain deliverables, means move them to other work packages, that's also possible by way of amendment. There are, however, one unique type of deliverables, the so-called ethics type deliverables that only the EU officer can edit. How to do it? When you have an ongoing amendment request, you take contact with a competent officer, and during the preparatory phase, the EU officer will be able to change ethics deliverables if this is necessary and appropriate. What else? I told you at the beginning that based on the additions, the changes you make inside the amendment request, the system will map once you save these changes, and based on the mapping, will select the appropriate and corresponding amendment clauses. In this case, it is always on the amendment information tab right above the screen. So this is a new tab in Sigma. You don't see this tab, amendment information tab in blue here during grant preparation. This is always relevant if there is an amendment request ongoing. And then if you scroll down on the screen, you will see a complete list, the entire inventory of possible amendment clauses, but you will see only selection there where, based on your changes, the system is automatically ticking, making the selection. So it's not up to you to make the selection here. You edit the grant agreement data, and once you save the changes, again, the amendment request still draft, but a system is selecting the right amendment clause. Based on our example here, for instance, it is selected that the start date is changed. Here we go. Again, it's automatic, fully automated. Now, documents. As Miriam spelled out, an amendment request consists of two documents. There is the amendment request letter and actually the core amendment, which is listing the changes. However, again, based on the design of the system, you don't need to prepare any documents. Instead, based on the edited changes you introduced, the system will generate these two documents, and importantly, already from minute one of the preparation, you will be able to see the drafts once you save the information. The drafts will always indicate in red what you imputed. There is one notion, the justification of an amendment request. This is something what is carried in the amendment request letter. How it is carried there and how this letter is generated. Again, it is automatically generated and based on your input, because inside Sigma in the main amendment tab, you will be prompted to add the so-called amendment justification. This must be a plain and concise explanation on what is this amendment about. You need to add here again a concise few sentences explaining what you changed and why you changed. And based on the input here, the system will pick up this information and generate the amendment request letter. What you see there in the example as blue text is actually exactly the identical text you imputed under this field. This is a free text field with some limitations, so don't write here an entire novel, just few concise and clear sentences. Word of caution, please. The amendment justification you impute here must be fully in line with the changes you introduce in the grant agreement data. If there is no link between the amendment justification and the changes you introduced, or there is contradiction, then the amendment request must be formally rejected later on. Consultation feature. As you see, we are already in step 3. This is an optional step. During preparation, you may involve the competent officer, and you may obtain advice, or you may ask for some assistance. This is an optional step in two senses. First, you may skip it. It's not compulsory at all. And also it is optional in a sense that the officer may decide not to express any opinion here. I suggest to use the consultation if you have a sensitive amendment request or complex one. Then certainly the best it is a best practice to take contact with the officer and obtain advice or suggestions. Now, this is actually just a screenshot how this consultation goes on. When the amendment request is complete, you imputed everything, and the system doesn't return you any warnings that something is missing, then we can move closer to the submission. Before submission, the coordinator can lock the amendment request for review. What's the notion of the lock for review? When clicking on it, the whole draft amendment becomes locked and frozen. No one will be able to make any changes from that step onward. This is very important in order to perform the last validations, the last check before submission. Again, a notion of cancellation. At any moment during preparation, means before the amendment request is signed and submitted, before you are able to cancel the requests. When I say you, I always refer to the coordinator. The coordinator is acting and orchestrating the amendment process. Only the coordinator can launch it. Only the coordinator will be able to lock it. Coordinator will be able to cancel or withdraw a request, and equally, the coordinator legal signature is the person who will be able to sign and submit. If you cancel an amendment request, it will not disappear. In the portal view, you will find the cancelled process, the aborted process, grayed out with the stamp cancelled for reference for the future. So it stays there for purpose of traceability. It is not erased from the system. Signature, very simple. This is the 2 minutes step. Who can sign an amendment request is always the legal signatory of the coordinator and signing the request on behalf of the entire consortium. How? It is an electronic signature, like you have seen it in grant agreement preparation. What is electronically signed? The 2 formal documents as referenced in the model grant agreement, the amendment request letter and the core amendment sealed and electronic signed. After signature and submission, the formal 45 days deadline is triggered, and now the EU services have 45 days to assess it. How to do it? Again, in the portal, there is a dedicated button, and this button becomes yellow and active when the amendment request is complete, fully validated, and is locked for review. Without locking for review, the sign and submit button remains gray. Yellow means it is active, so the legal signature will be prompted for the signature. And this is how it looks like after signature. You see that the process diagram moved to the requested stage. It is already submitted. And if you hover over, you will see all constitutional elements of the given amendment request, the amendment request letter, Annex 2, Annex 1, if it was necessary to update, and even some other auxiliary documents. For instance, if there was a addition of a new partner, you will see also here the declaration of honor and the accession form signed. Again, after signature, there is a new button which becomes active, withdrawal. You, as coordinator, are able to withdraw an amendment request after signature, still before the EU service validated. What's the purpose of the withdrawal? If you notice that something was wrong with the submitted request, then you can withdraw, you can make addition on, means by reusing the withdrawn request and resubmit it again. It's the notion of the withdrawal. Now, what happens after the submission of an amendment request? As I told you, the 45 days deadline triggered. It started to tick. Use services have this time span to assess the amendment requests, and what they can do during this period. They may request during the assessment additional information, some clarification. As an outcome, they may formally reject the requests, and obviously for most of the cases, they may express their agreement, accept the request and validate it. Then in turn, you will receive the amendment countersigned by the competent EU authorizing officer. Now, some explanation on these various steps. Request for additional information. Again, it is after submission, during assessment. The request should target something notional, complementary. The additional information request is never something that completely changes or overrides the initial request. It is mainly a clarification, a piece of additional information. Who is prompted to add this is always the coordinator who gets this request and will need to orchestrate within the consortium to obtain the necessary information, and will have to upload it in a form of a PDF document. So again, it is not structured data. You are not going to edit the already submitted amendment request. It is an additional auxiliary document in a form of PDF. Once you upload it, then it means that the request for additional information is honored. This is the button. And then once it is uploaded, you will see in the document library of the process that there is a supporting document appearing there that is supposed to answer the request for additional information. Now, rejection. EU services may reject amendment requests for two reasons. First reason, if the request is not admissible, something is wrong. One of the most blatant examples that if there is no correspondence between the amendment request letter and the changes introduced in the amendment, then is a reason for formal rejection. However, there is another reason, and that's the most frequent reason for rejection. If the amendment request was admissible, however, the EU services do not agree. I give you an example. In an amendment request, you asked for a 6 months extension of duration. These times of the pandemics, extension of projects duration is quite frequent. And let's say you ask for 8 months or 10 months extension, and the EU services do not agree with the 8 or 10 months extension, but in this case, in the rejection, they will have to express why they didn't agree. So there must be a qualified reasoning in the rejection letter, and they may need to give also indication that they are ready to accept, instead of, let's say, a 10 months extension, 6 months. So this is just for the sake of the example. Now, I started there that you can always recycle a previous request that's valid for a rejected amendment request. So if you have a rejected amendment request, of course, this will have a number there. The system will always list here the 2 or 3 latest previous withdrawn or rejected amendment requests. And how you can reuse it, again, you click on the Launch New Interaction button, and you can select not the latest legal data, but the rejected amendment. Each amendment has a numbering. On that basis, you can identify them. If you click on it, the system will recycle everything what you have submitted previously. Will update it with the latest legal data. You will be able to make modification as you deem appropriate, and again, rather quickly and with minimize the extra effort, you can submit a new amendment request that was prepared based on a rejected one. Acceptance of an amendment request. How? It is in the form of a countersigned, counter electronic signature done by the competent authorizing officer inside the Commission. You as coordinator are informed about this acceptance through an electronic messaging, and you will find the countersigned document in the portal. And once it is countersigned, the complete set of grant agreement data is updated automatically by the system, reflecting all introduced changes in the amendment. That's it. I have some quick examples which may be very relevant. One example and more a sort of clarification for you. Termination of participation. Importantly, in the current design, termination of participation is subject of so-called formal notification. However, this is packed into an amendment request. Why? Because it is obvious you just not only notify the Commission that one partner stops cooperating and terminates participation, but there are some changes that needs to be reflected. Therefore, it is part of an amendment, and in this given amendment, you can already reflect the changes by updating Annex 1, Annex 2, or even adding a new partner. However, since this formal notification about the termination and the amendment request as such can be withdrawn or rejected, I would like to make and add a clarification that irrespectively from the status of the amendment request that can be withdrawn or rejected, still the formal notification about the termination of the given beneficiary is valid. It is valid and it is captured. Simple example, you prepare an amendment that contains termination of participation. This amendment is prepared, submitted, and for whatever reason you decide to withdraw it, or the Commission rejects the amendment request. Yes, in this case, the withdrawal happens or the rejection happens, but irrespectively from these acts, the termination is in force because the termination is after notification in force and it is fully captured in the system. What you will see, irrespectively from the status of the amendment, it will clearly indicate that the beneficiary is terminated. How it is done? Very simple. If you have a given beneficiary that wants to terminate participation, you go to the beneficiary list, you go to the given beneficiary, select one, and then you will add an end date. This end date can be a fixed one pointing in the future. That must be important. As Miriam said, termination of participation is always in the future. It cannot be done in the past. That's a legal formula. And you can you have to give here a reasoning of the termination. Then in order to control termination, of course, the system will prompt you for the opinion letter of the given beneficiary. This is just to avoid that termination occurs in the back of one of the participants. Importantly, if such amendment is submitted or at the moment of the submission, irrespectively, again, from the status of the amendment for the given beneficiary, the system will indicate the status is terminated, you see on the screen, and will clearly indicate what was the effective date of termination. As I told you, there is always a need to add into such an amendment so-called proof of evidence, a letter from the concerned beneficiary that explains the motives and drivers of this termination. This is just a security net avoiding unilateral unwanted terminations. Now, after termination, there is always a residual obligation. I just want to highlight here. The terminated beneficiary must submit reports, so-called termination reports. This goes in full analogy of the normal reporting, but some extra obligations apply. Namely, there is a deadline. This deadline is triggered from the termination. Normally it is 30 days if you initiated this termination of participation, and this obligation goes for two parties. One, the beneficiary concerned, the departing beneficiary, and the coordinator. How? The departing beneficiary will receive tasks in the portal indicating that what needs to be prepared. This is normally a very brief report called a termination report with the technical part and obviously with the financial part. Again, this is built in full analogy of normal reporting, just is triggered after the termination date. The concerned beneficiary will need to prepare it, and once it is complete, it is the coordinator who will have to submit it to the EU. Again, it is just a screenshot indicating that there are two parts of such report. Now, there is one additional task I wanted to highlight here. it is for the coordinator. The coordinator task during termination, you as coordinator, you will be prompted to input in a very simple screen what is the EU contribution you have disbursed to this departing beneficiary. The purpose of it, in order to establish whether there is still a due payment for this departing beneficiary or if some amounts need to be recovered. This is again part of the termination reporting. Now, some information. I know that what I told you is rather dense. Don't worry, relax, lay back. There is ample information available for you to consult in order to make you more acquainted with the process. You can go on the portal to the online manual, select the amendment process and read it through. I strongly advise you before, if this would be your ever first amendment request, go for it, go and read the online manual. It's very well written and explains what you need to do. Plus, inside the tool, there is always a how-to button. If you go there, left down, green how-to. This button, wherever you click, will bring you to the IT how-to wiki, explaining with screenshots, with detailed text, step by step, how you need to perform the given process. And it applies not only for amendment, but for all, but equally available in details for all processes under grant management. This is how it looks like if you click on the green button. And that's it. I want to bring the final message to you. The system and the underlying process is designed in a manner that will help you that everything is done in a right way. Very important. You should focus your part that you do it right. So whenever you edit the grant data, do it right. Try to avoid error-free or inconsistent changes, and in this way you will have a quick, seamless and smooth amendment process. I close with an anecdote. Our ever first amendment was submitted in December 2014. It was submitted in the morning, and on the very same day afternoon it was countersigned. Within 1 day, compared to the past when an amendment request took long weeks and months to prepare and validate, in 1 day a simple well-written amendment request can go through and allow you to focus on your very project. I stop here and I'm open for your questions, please.
Thank you very much, Attila. We have actually plenty of questions, but we have only 10 minutes for them. We are hoping to finalize 11:14 in this first session. Renata, are you there?
Yes, I'm ready. So we have a first question. Whether there is a time for response in case of the consult officer phase, and what is the meaning of the inform officer and the retract officer processes? What do they start? Which processes?
So the consult officer is optional. Therefore, no deadlines apply. However, what is applicable, if you invoke the officer for consultation, they have to come back to you within 15 days. But this is not inherent from the grant agreement, but from the good administrative conduct. Normally, in 15 days, you should receive a reply. I have looked in the statistics, and normally a consultation loop with invocation and reply normally takes 2-3 days. And now you asked also what is the meaning of retract. Retract means you invoke the officer, you ask something, but because of the urgency, you decide not to wait. In this case, you retract. Simply, you abort this consultation loop. That's it. That's the purpose of it. Because otherwise, if there is an ongoing consultation, if you don't close this loop, of course, you cannot submit the request because something is open. Because this is a little loop inside the big process. So if you have urgency or you change your mind, then you can retract the officer. In this case, the officer, because whenever you involve the officer in the Commission's back office tools, they will see it. They see it and they see that they need to react. They need to look at it. In order to stop it, you can unilaterally stop it. This is why I'm saying that it's completely voluntary, optional. You may go for it, you may not go for it, and even you may make up your mind and stop an ongoing consultation. It is fully flexible and has no binding effect whatsoever on the amendment. So even if the officer says something, it is not binding on you. You may take it into account or may not. I just want to note that in case of complex amendment requests, for certain services, they will use this forum, for instance, to invoke ethics officers. If there are very specific, peculiar ethical or security aspects, of course, in this case, it is your mutual interest. So it is a mutual interest, but in particular, your interest to wait while you get some feedback. That's it. I don't want to spend more time on it. Optional, use it if you feel it is appropriate and it helps you.
Okay, another question. What is the earliest moment when we can initiate amendment and whether it could be done before the start date of the project, for example, when the project starts in the future, and how coordinator is informed about the accepted amendment, how he knows that amendment is signed and accepted by Commission?
3 questions. I have a short but selective memory. Okay, let me go backwards. How the coordinator knows that an amendment request was approved or rejected? Like for any other events and acts in the system, the coordinator is receiving a so-called PNF, a little notification email explaining briefly what happened, and will prompt you to log in into your portal and see what happened. So there is always a short email message, the PNS explaining what happened, and that always prompts you for something. And in this case, the action that you log into the portal and you see the amendment being accepted or rejected. That was one. What was the first question? Yes, when you can launch an amendment. As it is inherent from the grant agreement, you can amend the grant agreement once it is signed. So if you have a grant agreement preparation successful and there is a grant agreement that is countersigned by both parties, from that moment onwards, you can amend the grant agreement even if the project is not yet started. That was the first question. What was in between? I don't remember. Can you repeat, please?
Yes, when the project is not yet started. Hold on, because now I also lost the thread.
The first one was the earliest time you can request an
amendment. Earliest time, yes.
After signature, day one. So once it is countersigned, you have a grant agreement in force, you can amend it. You don't need to wait for. I think that was a second question. You don't need to wait for the project to start. So that's the non-notional difference between date of signature of the grant agreement and the start date of the project. So if you got the notification that your grant agreement is successfully signed by the EU services yesterday, today you can already amend it, even if the project will only start a month from now.
Yeah. And will the EU make available a new full grant agreement after the amendment signature, where the terms of reference annexes will be gathered in the single document, same way as the original grant agreement is composed?
For the moment, the system does not regenerate the entire grant agreement. What will the system create is an amendment that will consist the amendment request letter as a formal piece, plus the core amendment, clearly indicating what is changed and clearly including, very important, including changes if the Annex 1, Annex 2 and other annexes changed. These will constitute the part of the amendment. Currently, we do not regenerate the full grant agreement. It doesn't make any sense. But for the next budgetary cycle, there is an intention that we will change this behavior for the moment. And personally, I prefer the current one because it focuses and it presents you the pieces that changed instead of the large, big entire text. But this will change.
Mhm. And can we request amendment during the reporting period, meaning when the reporting exercise is open?
Yes, you can. Of course, two things will happen. First, the system will warn everyone that there is a open due reporting. First, second, when you prepare it, will system also warn you that because what we don't know when you prepare it, whether the introduced changes bear with the impact on the ongoing reporting period. May. So therefore, after submission, will the system always prompt you that think it twice whether you submit it, and even after submission, if there is an impact on the ongoing reporting, then the system will try to conciliate these changes, and if there are colliding information, then will halt the reporting.
And the question about the link third parties, can we join them to the project with the back date in the past? And also, how is it done? We introduce like new beneficiary. Is it done in the same place as where we add new beneficiaries in the project? I assume the question is whether in the IT system we initiate link third party addition in the same place.
Yes, so the answer is yes. In full analogy to addition of the beneficiaries, addition of linked third parties can be retroactive. So it can point back to the past, to the start of the project. So not before the start of the project, but can be done retroactively. This is one. Second, how to, it is exactly the same process as addition of the new beneficiary. If you want to add a linked third party to an existing beneficiary, you go in the Sigma screen to the beneficiary list, you select the beneficiary, and then there will be an option that add new linked third parties. And conversely, you can also terminate existing third parties. So addition is always under the given beneficiary. Linked third parties are always as coming from the name linked to a given beneficiary. So under the given beneficiary, you can add or remove linked third parties by way of amendment.
Can we recycle also cancelled amendment?
No.
Yeah. Huh? No.
No. Withdrawn and rejected, yes. Cancelled, no. Because cancelled is before actually the notion of cancellation that is before you manifestly prepare too much.
Thank you very much.
Very important. You can have several draft amendments simultaneously. I think for the moment we allow 3 or 5. So before you cancel, just leave it there, leave it aside if you have in mind that you may reuse it. It can stay there as a draft. Cancellation is terminal.
Thank you very much, Attila. Thank you very much, Renata. We have to close now this first session in the morning.
Just a moment, Manuel. May I just reply 1 second to this question about third parties that remained open? So it is possible to have in the same grant agreement two beneficiaries with the same link third party. So each linked third party will report the cost and the work to the beneficiary to which it is linked. So it is possible. However, if the work that this third party is doing is very big, maybe it would be better to have another beneficiary. But it is possible to have the same linked third party twice or more in the grant agreement. That's all from my side. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Miriam. Just as a reminder, you can pose your questions in the chat, but there will be answered by the speakers by voice. If somebody else is answering, thank you very much, but it's not an official answer from the Commission. In any case, you know that if there is an answer from Renata Fijalkowska, she's a colleague from the Commission, so you can trust her. She knows a lot about grant management, amendments, and whatever. And there is another person that you see from time to time sending messages is Olympia Kureshi. She has sent you the invitation, for instance, yesterday. She has been organizing this meeting with me since more than 1 month ago. So thank you very much, Olympia. She's sending messages to you also. Please follow them. So we are going to close now for half an hour, a little bit less than half an hour, if you don't mind. So we have to resume at 11:45, and there will be a talk there about the model grant agreement financial issues, avoiding common errors. So thank you very much. Enjoy your coffee and see you in less than half an hour, okay? 11:45. Thank you.
1 2 testing.
Loud and clear.
Working, thank you.
Okie dokie. I mute myself.
Well, good morning. We are back. I hope you have enjoyed your break. We have now a last speech of 1 hour, about 1 hour, for the rest of the morning. So the speaker is already there, and the presentation is called Avoiding Common Errors. The speaker is Georgi Bankos. He is a colleague from the Common Audit Service. So, Georgi, the floor is yours.
Hello, everybody. Thank you, Romaris. So I will start with the presentation. Can you hear me okay?
Perfect, thank you.
Perfect, okay. I hear some sounds, but okay. Okay, so the purpose of this presentation is to feel good while declaring costs, for the EU projects. Maybe you heard of the movie Gone in 60 Seconds, but today the movie is going to be gone in 60 minutes. And we also have a series, which is the outreach events that we organize in the countries on these topics, and that's gone in 6 hours. So you see, we have a long history. Okay, it started with FP1, but okay, the more current history, FP7, Horizon 2020, Horizon Europe. And now this presentation, so it's quite long. It's kind of half of the slides that we have for the series of 6 hours. But the purpose of this is that to give you documents and support for you to come back to refer to if you need, if you just want to see the highlights of the annotated model grant agreement. But I will not say too much on every slide, so I will just explain some of the more important things.
Sorry, Georgi. The sound is going and going forward and back, so I don't know if you are moving away from the micro, and we hear a lot of echo. Can you lower actually the micro or the speaker of your computer a little bit, just a little bit? Thank you.
Yes, let's try. I'm not moving, but
okay. Just for you to know. Thank you. Sorry for interrupting.
Now let's see how it is. Is it better or not? Or
I think it is better. Yeah, thank you.
okay, so the first topic is like you have workforce contracts. So if you have employees, it's easy. You just put them in the employees in the A1. But then sometimes you use consultants, and if you have consultants and the contracts are not with a direct person, then you need to put them in other goods and services. Also, if you don't have the rights of what they do for you, again, you need to put them in other goods and services. If you have other things that they do different, let's say, compared to the employees, then you need to put them in subcontracting. So here you see that if you want to be able to claim your, let's call them consultants or your natural persons, in personal cost, you need to fulfill these criteria. So they need to work in a similar fashion to those of an employees. The work needs to belong to you. And the cost of these people, it needs to be similar to the employees. Okay, this is the other side. So if some of those things they are not fulfilled, it means that they cannot be claimed as personal cost, but you need to put them in other cost or other or subcontracting. Next, so coming back to the movie, so you are the hero of your own movie, but you are also the director of your own movie, meaning that you design the movie. So here you see you have some choices how you can design your movie. You see, so you can choose between actual cost and average cost. Then you can choose between project-based remuneration and non-project-based remuneration. Then you can use monthly rates or annual rates. And then in order to calculate the annual rates, you have 3 options for the productive time: 17-20 hours, individual productive time, or standard productive time. So if you follow the green light, probably you'd have a very nice experience. If you follow the other things will get more complicated. So how do we calculate the personal cost? So we need some hours, we multiply them with some hourly rates. And if we use project-based remuneration, sometimes we can add this additional remuneration. Let's start first with the hours, so this is very simple. Just keep time records and put in them the actual hours that you work on the projects. So don't do what it is said here that you should not do. You have also a choice here. You can use the timesheets or you can use the declaration of exclusive work for the action. However, I want to tell you that you should use caution with this declaration.
Excuse me, could you go one slide back? You're a little bit fast, and it would be nicer if we focus a little bit more. Otherwise, it's, so
there will be more slides later on the same story, so then I will focus more, but yeah. But here, what was the issue?
Exactly what we should not do. I think this would be important to discuss it here.
I think we should focus like what you should do to keep it simple, to just put the actual hours. So instead of budgeted times estimation or time allocations, So coming back to this thing, so about the declaration of exclusive work. So there you have the definition that they say that you should not have hours on something else, so all of your hours should be on the Horizon 2020 action. Of course, you can use this, you see, once per reporting period, and it needs to be at least 1 month. And about this, we will have another slide to explain you what are the possible problems with this. And both the declaration of exclusive work and also the time records, they need to fulfill with some minimum conditions, which are later explained on the other slides. So here, this slide is explaining, so what are the potential problems if you use the declaration of exclusive work for the action. So it may be that you do other activities, that you have lectures, that you are traveling for other things, that you write proposals, that you go to an away day, to some trainings, and you have a party in the office and something like that. So if you do that, you are not allowed to use the declaration of exclusive work for the action. Now about the time records. So what the auditors will check with the time records. First step, it's gonna be to check the compliance with the formal criteria. So here you have listed the 6 formal criteria, which are the minimum criteria of the time recording. You see some of them, maybe you think they are silly, but still we need to have the beneficiary full name, the title and number of the action as in the grant agreement. And then you see you need to have the full name of the person, when he did the timesheets, and the signature of the person, of course, the hours. And then you have somebody to review these timesheets. And we need to have the full name and the signature. And also don't forget about the link to the work packages from Annex 1. So this is the step 1. And then step 2, the auditors will check so-called substantive quality of these time records by cross-checking them with the records of annual leave, sick leave, other leaves, and work-related travel. So here the first thing is like, okay, it's better to do, time records that they fulfill the minimum requirements from the beginning, and also do these cross-checks by yourself, and to be sure that the time records are reliable. Because if you have a couple of exceptions between what you put in the time records and these other records, you may end up that the auditor will tell you, okay, your time recordings are not reliable, so please show us some alternative evidence to support the time. And this normally ends very bad, like from 10% of the cost accepted, maybe up to 30, 40, but normally it's a problem to provide this alternative evidence. So it's better not to arrive there. Okay, and also about the time records, but this is gonna be also later with other slides. So you also need to fulfill the so-called double ceiling criteria. One of them, it's about hours. So you are not allowed to declare more hours than it is your productive time. So you need to find an easy way for you to have this data available for you quickly, to know, how much you declared already, how many hours you have on EU projects in the timesheets. So for this reason, I think the best is to keep all your actions at least in the same timesheet. So then it's very easily for you to see where you are with the double sealing, and also that you are not claiming hours on multiple actions in the same day. Okay, so now we go the other part. So to how do we calculate the hourly rate? So if you're an owner manager, it's quite easy. You just go in the system and you put the number of hours, and the rest it's automatically calculated by the system. If you use average personal cost, so I assume that you know what you are doing. So this presentation is not going on into that topic because it's not so much used, and normally it's used by the beneficiaries which they know what they are doing. And then, okay, we will talk now more about options that you have to calculate the actual cost. So you have the slide before with the options like project-based, not project-based, per financial year or per month. So here we start to make the distinction between the general case or the specific case with the project-based remuneration. The experience has shown that not too many beneficiaries, they use the project-based remuneration, and it's many times in some countries, let's say. So again, in these slides, you have some examples how to do all these calculations, but I will not go into them too much, but you have them for reference. But here, let's see on this slide, so what's going on. So how do you know if you are in project-based or not? So you need to think for yourself if the remuneration of the person is changing or not if they work in some projects. And here you have some examples how the salary, the remuneration can be modified when they work in a project. You can have a supplementary contract, you can receive a bonus or a premium, or you have another contract, you know, which they say, okay, for this you work with a specific hourly rate. Then you have the choice of choosing annual hourly rates and monthly hourly rates. So initially it was only the option of annual hourly rates, but at a later stage it was also added the option of the monthly hourly rates. Here my comment is like, I think it's better to use the annual hourly rates because it has a lot of these advantages, and it has one disadvantage, which, okay, you will see it in another slide. So annual hourly rates, it's simple, it's easy, it's less calculations, and with this there is no necessity sometimes maybe to submit revised Form Cs. The disadvantage is that when you have a reporting period which is ending, you know, let's say in the middle of the year, means that you need to use the rate of the previous year. So then if you have a salary increase, so you could say that you lose that. On the other side, so if you go for the monthly rates, so you don't have this disadvantage, but everything is more complicated and so on. And you need to pay attention with the second criteria of the double ceiling regarding the costs, because with this, like if you use the monthly rates, maybe you do some mistakes or something, and then you end up that you declare more cost than you have in your accounting system. And also the use of monthly rates, it doesn't make sense if you have a bonus scheme in which you don't know the amount of the bonuses until, you know, late in the year. So this is, okay, just a slide telling you what you should put in the personal cost, so salary, social contribution, and various taxes. And of course, you should avoid the ineligible taxes and not claim indirect costs. Now we get to the other option that you have about the productive time. So the green one was the 17-20 hours, which now in Horizon 2020, you don't need to justify. We say it's a free option. In FP7, you had the example with the 1780, but that still needed to be justified and supported. And also you are forced to use the 1720 if you are not able to determine which is your productive time. Then, okay, you have the individual annual productive hours, which sometimes it's Okay, better to use than the other one. But normally, if you have 8 working hours per day, I would say the 1720 it's a good choice. Then if you want to optimize a little bit more, you can use the standard annual productive hours, in which you can do further deductions in addition to the individual annual productive time. So you can deduct basically whatever you want, but it should be not lower than 90% of the standard annual workable hours. So you could deduct, for example, meetings or trainings or yoga break or something like that. But if you go below 90%, the auditors will revise the calculation to 90% of your standard annual workable hours. And we have seen some beneficiaries which they were doing a mix between individual annual productive hours and standard annual productive hours. So they were deducting trainings and meetings, but for each individual, not as a kind of calculation overall. So that's not allowed. It was allowed in FP7, but not anymore. So you can make all these options, but you can change your option. You can change your option every year. Huh? So every year you can say, look, I use annual rates, monthly rates. You can change your options for productive time and also your options for actual cost versus so-called average cost. And here this is detailed when you can change the types of productive time. So you see if you have different staff categories, different type of contracts or cost centers. So you could say, look, for technicians, I use 1720. For researchers, I use individual productive time. That's an example. Now we get back to the disadvantage and the advantage of the monthly rates or the annual rates. So you see here, if you have a period, like in this case, so about to the 2016. So for the 2016, you still need to use the rate of the last closed financial year, which was 2015. So if you use annual rates, you could say, yeah, so if my salary has increased in 2016, let's say you are losing that salary increase. On the other side, if you use monthly rates, so you can take into consideration all the salaries increases. But as I said, maybe your performance bonus for 2016, you just know it in October. So then until October, you cannot include your performance bonus in the calculations, which means that you need to, like, you are losing money. And if you don't want to lose it, you need to submit an adjustment later. No. Somebody was asking me that he wanted to annotate the presentation, but I said no. Anyway, you will receive these presentations, and also this is recorded, so you can listen to the recording again. So again, with the monthly product, with the monthly calculation. So another problem is that you see you cannot use option 2 for the productive time. So you cannot use the standard, the individual productive hours. So you can use just the 1720 or the standard. And many beneficiaries, they had made this choice. They were using option 2 with the individual productive hours. When it became available, the option of the monthly calculation, they just switched to monthly, but they kept the same type of productive time, which was not allowed. On this slide, you find the 2 double ceilings that I was telling you. So this is very important. So on one side is the ceiling on the hours. On the other side is the ceiling about the cost. So you see the hours that you declare overall on EU actions, it needs to be lower than the number of productive hours that you are using. On the other side, you cannot declare more cost than you have in your accounting records. And if you go for monthly rates, normally you may have a problem with the second one. And okay, all the time you need to pay attention with the first one, with the hours. And of course, it's good to do this before, not to wait for an audit to see if everything is fine or not. This is an example how we can calculate let's say the cost to be declared or the eligible cost for somebody who has an project-based remuneration. In fact, as you see here, when she works in a funded project, an externally funded project, she gets an extra remuneration per month. This is a topic which, okay, I don't know how many of you are interested, so I will go more quickly. So you see, when we talk about the project-based remuneration, we need to compare it first, like the benchmark, to determine how much is the basic remuneration. It's how much you are remunerated in national projects. And on top of that, you end up in this additional remuneration, which is available only for non-profit legal entities. Okay, so in order to be able to use this threshold, it's very important that you see that, like, okay, it's easier if you have a national law or internal rules, but if you don't have this, you can still use the fallback option, which is the average of the salary of the person of the previous year. So if there will be questions on this, okay, we will get back to this, but I don't want to confuse people about this. So here you have an example, like what it should say your internal rules, you know, in order to don't have any problems with the project-based remuneration or additional remuneration. So they should say how much, who can get this, and what they need to do in order to get this. And more important, this it doesn't need to apply only to EU action. So if that happens, it's a big problem, because then everything becomes not eligible. Here again, some more example of these internal rules, better versions, not so good versions. But let's see an example with some numbers. So to make another point, that also all this, it needs to be also paid, and it needs to be paid before the submission of the proposal. So you see here that the internal rules, they say that you may get up to 2,500 euros per month, but because it was only paid, not all of it, only 1,433. So because of this, you cannot declare the whole amount. You need to limit it to how much it was paid. And here you have the detailed calculation. So you see that you paid more on the action that you paid in your national projects, because you didn't pay everything what you could have paid. So then the difference is the additional remuneration. And then for this, it's an
Excuse me,
some limits.
Sorry to interrupt again. I think you're getting really fast. So either we focus on some and go in detail, otherwise we hear something and we don't get the details. So this is a little bit frustrating.
Yeah, but the purpose of this presentation is not to get into details. Like in 1 hour, we cannot really go in details. Huh? So
Sorry, can you please continue? Please stop interrupting.
So you see, for the additional remuneration, you also have this ceiling. So the maximum amount of money that you can get, it's 8,000 euros for a full-time equivalent for a full year. So if somebody is working less on the action, you will get less from this amount. And also this amount includes all the taxes. So this is showing you that, again, if you are a for-profit entity, so you cannot get into this part with additional remuneration. You need to be a non-profit entity, but still then you have this ceiling. And here an important thing that I want to highlight, that you see the difference between ineligible and additional remuneration in terms of bonuses. It is like if the bonus is only applied to EU actions, then it's not eligible. So if you have a scheme in which you say, look, we have all our projects and then for EU projects we pay more to get this additional remuneration, so that's not okay, because we will say that it's ineligible because it's only applied to EU actions. But if you have a scheme in which you say, look, we have type A of projects in which we pay like national projects, and then we pay more in type B of projects, which is not limited to EU actions, then okay, then that may be accepted, provided that you fulfill with the other criterias. But please don't shoot yourself in the foot by designing any schemes, you know, specifically for EU actions. There is also this personal cost wizard, which you can use it. You can make some scenarios, let's say. You can make some simulations. What happens if you declare personal cost in a certain way? But I think still so far this it's only open at the moment that you can put the cost in the system. So you cannot play with this before. No? But okay, when it's open, so you can do these simulations and you can save the result in the system if you want, or if not, you know, you don't need to use it. Huh? So it's not any problem if you just try it. And in this wizard, basically you go inside and then you need to choose. So what type of productive time do you use? What type of rates? And so on. And then you can see the results, how they are being modified. Okay, so let's do a small recap before we go to the next part. So about the timesheets, the advice is, you know, fulfill the minimum criteria, the 6 minimum criteria. Be careful with the cross-check of other records, you know, with the leaves, absences, and holidays. Use with caution the declaration of exclusive use, and put all your project's actions in one timesheet. Then about the rates, the easiest way to avoid errors is to use actual cost, annual rates, and to use productive time 1720. So that's the easiest. And then with the start, so if you use consultants, okay, look at the first slides and be sure that you put them in the right place. If not, you end up that they are classified by the auditors in subcontracting, and then at least you lose the indirect costs. So now we get to the second part of the presentation about the direct cost, which here we will cover all of them, all the subcategories. So here we can have consumables, we can have equipment, we can have internal invoices, which is not detailed in this presentation because it's a very, let's say, complicated topic and not so much used. And also we have the travel. So you see the definition of direct cost is that, of course, they need to exclude indirect cost and they need to be directly linked to the implementation of the action, and you need to be able to do this direct attribution. So what does this mean? So first about travel, because we don't have specific slides on that. But the difference compared to FP7 is like, let's take for example this coordinator day. So if you have one you action and you participate to this, you can say, look, this is directly linked to this action. So maybe you can claim it here. But then if you have more actions, then it's going to be the question, yes, but this presentation is related to each of them, or how much to each of them. So that means that you cannot do this direct attribution, which means that it's an indirect cost. And this applies also to various conferences or to some type of events which they are, let's say, more general. So if they are not just specific to a problem, to a project, you may have problems with this, with the direct attribution of the cost. And then if we switch to consumables, so let's imagine you buy 1,000 test tubes. So you see, if you say, look, I buy all these 1,000 for one action, so we have the first bullet point. They are fully allocated to this action, no problem. If you say, look, I buy 10,000 test tubes, but at this stage, I don't know how many I will use for a specific action, this means that you need to keep track of the usage, so you need to keep track of how much you used for normally for each action. So then you can declare, for this action I use 1,000 test tubes, for the other 2,000, and so on. And you need to have also in the back, let's say, to be able to say how much costed, like, the 1,000 tubes for project A, 2,000 for project B, and so on. So this is what you should do. So if you don't put in place the system with the usage, with the expense books or log books, how do you want to call them, and if your accounting system doesn't have the necessary possibility to know how much it costed this, so you will need to be forced to declare these test tubes as indirect costs. And also bear in mind that nobody's forcing you to declare all your consumables as direct costs, because maybe you cannot measure them or you cannot find the direct allocation of this. So you need to do this just for what you think it makes sense for you from a cost-benefit perspective. So this is just to recap what I said before, that so you need to have the evidence showing the link of the action. Of course, you need to have everything in your accounting system. You need to be able to quantify and also to determine the cost of this, which means that, okay, you are not allowed to use proxies, cost driver, allocation keys, and so on. So if you use this, then it means that it's an indirect cost. So coming back to the test tubes, if you say, look, I'm declaring the number of test tubes that I'm using on each action, depending on the number of people that they work on each action. So this is not direct measurement, you see. So this is not allowed. But sometimes, about the last bullet point, there are things which in FP7 you said it's indirect costs, but now in Horizon 2020 you can claim them as direct costs, provided you modify a little bit your procedure. So for example, about electricity or water, so if you put in place some meters that you can determine how much you used, of water and electricity for each project, then you can claim this as a direct cost. And it's not a problem that it was an indirect cost in FP7, because you had different procedures. Then let's go to equipment. So when we deal with equipment, things can be much more significant, much more important, because many times we talk about very expensive assets. So here you need to bear in mind that the useful life of the asset, it may be, or many times it is longer than the duration of the project, which means that you will not be able to fully obtain from the project all the amount that you paid for that asset. And second stage, you also need to consider only the amount that you used it for this project, you know. So if you have here we have an X-ray machine. So let's imagine that you use it on 2 projects. So you can only claim, you know, the relevant part of one project, you know, and to keep it simple. So let's say that the X-ray machine has a useful life of 10 years. Your project is 3 years, and you use it 50% for the EU project. So you see, you can only declare depreciation for 50% of the time for 3 years out of 10 years. So you cannot claim all the depreciation, you know. So, okay, here it's another example of what you should not do, but I think we should focus on what you should do. So again, you need to keep some logbooks, some usage books. How do you use the assets that they are used on more projects? And then you need to consider this with the useful life of the asset. Again, another example of what you are not supposed to do for consumables, but I already gave an example, which was what you are not supposed to do and how you are supposed to do. So I will not repeat this. You see, this is about what I already said with the water and electricity, for example. And it adds one more point with the administrative stuff. So you see that you have a project, you have your researchers, but then you have some people in the accounting and finance department. So if your usual accounting practice is that you are claiming the time for this, so you can do it, but you also need timesheets for these people. And you say it needs to be also your usual practice, you know. So that's important. This is a very, very nice slide and very interesting. And you could say this is a poster that, okay, you can print and you can put in your office, because here it's showing, you know, all the differences between various types of third parties. So you see, it shows what they do, what they don't do, and how you can claim the cost and so on. I will not read everything from this slide, but as I said, this is an amazing slide. It's a very good summary. Here are some, okay, not warnings, but just to be sure that we say it, because this we find it in many audits. So you have Articles 23 and 24, in which the Commission, Olaf and the Court of Auditors should have the right to access, you know, your third party, so which includes the subcontractors and other service providers and so on. So we would expect that we find in your contract some clauses to allow this, but okay, if this is not allowed, like if it's not included, it's not a big problem. We will raise a recommendation, but in the case we actually need to do this, but so far I'm not aware of any situations like this. So then, okay, we will need to reject the cost, those costs, you know, if we are not able to access the third party. And about audits, so when we are auditing a linked third party, we are also sending some information letters to the main beneficiary, because they are finally the ones fully responsible for the third party, for the linked third party. So we are sending them a copy of the letter of announcement, of the audit report for contradictory, and also of the final report. So they are kept in the loop. Okay, so here's some advice about subcontracts. So normally you should think about this and put everything in Annex 1 and Annex 2 of the grant agreement. But sometimes happens that you realize that you need to work with new subcontractors. So then, okay, you can ask for an amendment, or you can take some risk and you can say, look, I just include this in the technical reports and I declare the costs, and then the commission decides, you know, can we accept this or not? And okay, if they pay you based on what you put it in the technical reports, it means that those subcontracts were approved. But maybe before doing that, it's all the time a good idea to have some communications with the project officers, and even maybe you just talk sometimes, but then, you know, put it in writing, you know, formalize what you discussed. Okay, so let's see what can go wrong. So this is also very important. So it's about the best value for money, which is also for subcontracting and also for everything else what you have in the other costs. So you need to be able to demonstrate some level of tendering, and this happened a lot that by naming the supplier in the grant agreement, it doesn't mean that you don't have to demonstrate the best value for money. However, I need to point out that if your procedures, they are saying, look, below 10,000 euros, for example, let's say I don't need to ask free offers or not to do any tendering and so on. So the auditors in principle will accept your usual practices, So the auditors are checking to see which is your practice. Did you follow it? Yes. Did you follow it well? Is it a practice that, is discriminating the EU or not? However, if your practice is saying, look, below 1 million, I don't do any best value for money assessment and so on, so then maybe the auditors will tell you, look, maybe your threshold is too high, so you have a problem with the procedure. However, if you use cash basis, you still need to declare depreciation, so you cannot claim the full amount of the value of the assets that you bought. One of the last important points, it's about the conflict of interest. Here you can see the definition. So this is a very important topic, and you see it's also on the other side not so easy for a financial auditor to verify if you have family or emotional ties, or if you have political affinities and so on. That's why for us the procedures are quite limited in our audit. So of course we'll have some interviews with you. We need to understand in your internal procedures, if you have any procedures, how to deal with avoidance of conflict of interest. And also we would put you to declare in the letter of representation that you are not aware of such incidences. But of course, if we have a tip from somebody saying, look, in this project it was a conflict of interest, so then okay, if we know, maybe we'll look just more at this to identify the conflict of interest. But okay, if it happens, still you need to notify the commission or the agency, and you need to take the necessary measures to rectify the situation. And this can lead, if not complied, with the reduction of the grant or even termination of the grant. Here you have some resources that I advise you to have a look of them. So I also added the indicative audit program, so that's public, so you can see if you have an financial audit, and here I'm not talking about the CFS, the Certificate on Financial Statements. So there you can see which are the audit procedures, why. So each audit procedure is telling you so why we do it, it's related to which part from the grant agreement or from the annotated model grant agreement, and what documents we will need and why. Also, you have the manual for Horizon 2020, and of course the award-winning document, the annotated model grant agreement, where it's a long document, but the part about the eligibility of cost, it's is not so long, in fact, and it provides you with a lot of very detailed examples and explanations and how to do and what not to do, So this presentation was more just to draw your attention to some areas and to say, look, if you want to read more, you have the sources. And today, okay, so it's also the purpose to be able to reply to some questions, because many times, like, okay, we do presentation and then you have very short time to questions. So that's why I wanted to have some time before the end, but we will not be able to reply to everything. Yeah? So you can still submit your questions here. You see the research inquiry service, and of course the funding portal. So that's all from my side, but we will get back to some slides depending on the questions, let's say. So how do we do now?
Okay,
Thank you very much. Yeah, Renata is already there. Thank you, Renata, too.
Yes, I tried to group questions a little bit because there are really no chance that we will answer them all, especially that they are rather complicated, but easy ones. Timesheets. Maybe I'm not sure whether Georgia would be already able to answer them, but let's try COVID and timesheets. Is electronic signature accepted? Will it be accepted on the timesheets? In case of the employees, for example, scientific coordinator who do not charge time and salary, does he still need to fill in timesheets? So signature in COVID times and timesheets for people actually not charging costs. Are they needed?
So first about COVID and timesheets, so the same rules still apply. So there is nothing special. You still need to complete your timesheets. Then about electronic signatures, this is accepted. There is no problem. And if you use an electronic system, then there are some 3 criteria which your system needs to comply with that. But if there are, let's say, some small issues about that, again, we will raise the necessary recommendation. But if it's not so bad, so we will not reject the cost. And those 3 criteria, it's that you should have passwords, user rights. It should have a logbook, to see if the administrator, modified the timesheets or something like that. And then the third question, okay, I didn't understand it so much. Like, okay, if you have people which they don't declare time or costs, okay, then it doesn't matter, because for us, we will just look at the people that you declare cost. And okay, maybe in fact this is a very good question because it's entering in something else. So to give you an example, you declare 1 million for, let's say, 10 people. But then when you have an audit, you say, yeah, but look, in fact, I had 12 people and I had 1.5 million cost in total. But you see, you did not declare 2 people. So then the auditors will not look at the 2 people that you did not declare and for the additional 0.5 million. So it's very important that you declare all the costs that you want to declare. So because then, okay, the auditor will say, look, okay, if you want to do that, you can still submit an adjustment form, but they will not audit it.
Renata,
Yeah.
your voice has a lot of echo. Can you turn a little bit down your speaker, please, the computer speaker? Just a little bit. Thank you.
I hope it's now better. How long should we keep timesheets? And at what intervals should we submit timesheets?
I don't know what it means, how long you should keep timesheets, but
I understand that how long after the end of the project?
so there it applies, you know, so for us it's important the timesheets for our projects, but then you need to keep these documents for that period of retention, you know, that you need to keep the documents. I think it's 5 years now after the end of the grant agreement. And about the period, or okay, how do you say, how often you need to do them. So what we need that they are approved at least monthly, which, okay, normally it should be that, you know, every month somebody is reviewing the timesheet and so on. But okay, sometimes it happens that you have monthly timesheets which they are reviewed maybe at 3 months, you know. So okay, that's not ideal, but it can happen, let's say.
And the question, I guess the actual usage of equipment can be proven through timesheets. Equipment used for X hours on work package indicated in timesheets. This is a question, whether we can prove use of equipment this way.
You know, for normally we use the word timesheets for personal cost, but indeed something like a similar thing, but for equipment. So something like that, yes, if you keep track for your equipment, so some kind of usage or some usage logs, or normally we call logs these things for equipment. But yes, if you have such documents to say for this action, for this work package, even better, that we used, you know, this number of hours, then that's what we need. But also you need to bear in mind that you need to know how much it's also the total usage on various actions or projects, you know. So, you know, you have 10 projects, you say, look, project A is from the EU. So you need to say, look, I just claimed hours for the EU out of the total hours that I have for all my projects. So you need to keep track of all the projects that are using that asset. So not just for our, no. It's not from me, this sound, but
No, me neither. Okay, I
yeah.
hope we are back correctly. Last question about timesheets. In case of the part-time contract, but the person on a part-time contract is working fully on this part-time for the project. Do we need timesheet for this person, or it can be considered that it's working exclusively for the project and present declaration?
So, you know, I explained I'm not a fan of the declaration. You can use it if you want, but it has a lot of risks and it has very little advantage. So my advice is all the time to use timesheets. And why? Because, okay, if you use the declaration, we need to do one additional procedures as auditor, that we need to search online for that person to do a data gathering to see, you know, if we find things that he was involved into. And if we find, we need to double check. And if it's a part-time, it's even more complicated, because probably, let's say, we'll find on the internet what the person was doing, let's say, in the afternoon, and he will say, okay, I worked on the project in the morning. But yeah, so my advice is to use timesheets all the time.
And now another subject. What do we have to show to auditors to show that we have sensibly come to the number of standard annual productive hours? What data or documentation is required?
So if you use the 1720, like that number, you don't need to justify it, but it's in your favor if you make it lower, if the person is working part-time or he's not working for the full year, because then you can reduce the number. Then if you use the individual productive time, So we need to have somewhere the records with the leaves, you know, with the holidays, and also okay, if you have the overtime somewhere, and the rest of the data normally it comes from the employment contract, you know, to determine the workable hours, like you know how much you work and so on. And then if you use the last option, like the standard productive hours, so there we are checking that, you know, that number it's not lower than 90% of your workable time. So we don't care so much, you know, what you deduct there, you know, how much you put for trainings, how much you put for meetings and so on. So for us, it's important the 90%.
And why, when calculating the standard annual productive hours, we are expected to remove average sick leave, when then record sick leave on timesheets as unproductive hours? Isn't this a double deduction?
No. No, so this is in fact a method for you to get more money, because the smaller this number of productive time, you get more money per hour. But of course, you cannot also say that you worked on the project when you were sick, you know. But what this system is doing, that, you know, the commission is kind of paying a little bit, you know, also part of your sick leave, even though you didn't work on the project in the sick leave.
Not about the cost eligibility. Research organization is using seconded staff from university. Research organization is claiming the staff cost as in-kind contribution. But what if both participate in the project? Who should claim this seconded staff cost? If this is a university, what about indirect cost? Work is done on premises of this research center.
Yeah, this is yeah, so indeed, if you really have, you know, seconded staff, so then you could say the receiving entity should declare the cost, because you have this seconded staff. But yeah. Yeah, and then okay, you need to follow the rules with the indirect costs. You cannot change that, let's say.
I think we
if
have
they work on your premises or not, you know. So, but I understand that the seconded staff, so you take them from somebody and they work on your premises. So
Correct, yes.
we have time for one more short question, please.
Okay, so maybe two short ones. Is there a template for the declaration of exclusive work for the project? And adjustments are only for calculation mistakes or also for recuperating increase in salary, for example?
the first part with the declaration, I didn't understand it.
It's just whether we have any template for this declaration, or it can
Yes,
be done at home.
yes, there is a template for the declaration, and it can be found online. And about the second part, can you repeat the second part?
It's adjustments.
Yes, so yeah, so normally the adjustments, they are to correct mistakes, but let's imagine, I don't know for what reason, that you use monthly rates and you have that situation that, you know, you receive, but okay, let's put it in a situation in which I know what you use there. So let's say you use monthly rates because that's good for you, but in a year you have a bonus, you know, which you normally don't get, which is maybe still eligible. And then, you know, because you didn't know of this bonus, you know, until, let's say, somewhere late in the year, basically you cannot include this in the rates until you know the amount. So then if you say, look, okay, I have this amount and I don't want to lose it, yes, you will need to submit an adjustment if you want to modify the hourly rates that you declared before.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Renata, for all your help. Renata Fijalkowska, a colleague from the Common Implementation Center. And thank you, Georgi, sorry, for your presentation. I think we should stop now and go for lunch. We are going to resume at 14 hours. And just for you to remember, questions that are not answered can always be posed to the Research Inquiry Service. Thank you very much. See you at 14:00. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch.
data
Manuel?
fine.
Bonjour Isabelle, tu vas bien?
Tu m'entends?
Oui, maintenant parfaitement, sans
Oui,
problème.
j'étais muted,
Oui,
donc ça va.
exactement. J'ai ouvert ton micro. Alors, il semblerait que ça marche, non?
Ça va, super.
Ok, je vais parler 5 minutes seulement et après je te passe, d'accord?
Ok,
Je continue à mettre ma présentation.
ça va.
Merci. Hello, Cara. How are you?
Good afternoon, Manuel. I'm grand. How are you?
All
Hi,
good
Cara.
here, thank you. Can you talk a little bit more because I hear some echo, just to make sure.
On my side, you hear echo?
No, it's perfect now. No problem.
Okay,
It was on my side, so I will have to be careful here. Thank you.
no worries.
Cara, I sent you the Word document, but basically this is just a list. If you want to continue.
Okay, yep, will do.
Welcome back, everybody. Hope you can hear me now. I hope you had a nice lunch. We are going to start the afternoon session that, as I mentioned this morning, will be a shorter session because we are missing one of the presentations. So we are going to start now with reporting and payments, the legal basis first, business process afterwards, and we are going to finalize with a new presentation that was not initially foreseen, is grant management under COVID-19. This last one will be a short presentation, about 15 minutes, so we hope to finalize the full day meeting at 15:30 instead of 16 hours. But first, going to the first topic, I would like to mention a few things about the Coordinators Day. We organized two kinds of coordinators: grant agreement preparation and amendments and reports. This one we are having now is the amendments and reports. And usually what we do is 2 and 2. We organize 2 grant agreement preparation meetings a year, once in February, usually in February, and the other one in September. And the amendments and reports is organized in April. This time it was May because of the COVID. And the next one will be most probably in November. Of course, usually we organize the meetings face-to-face, and there is also the web streaming. Now is the first time because of COVID-19 that we are organizing it WebEx only event. In addition, we are organizing also what we call the outreach events, and that is organized in cooperation with the national contact points. So just to know about these outreach events, you have to contact your national contact points. We just recently had one with Israel, and we are planning new ones with France, Belgium, Switzerland, Luxembourg, and the Czech Republic. The problem we had about these ones is that COVID struck us, and we had to postpone the events. Some of them were organized by web streaming, and the other ones, they prefer to postpone it just to see what's going on with COVID. But otherwise, we are always ready to have them by web streaming as this one. But of course, we would prefer to have them face to face. So if you are interested in any of these outreach events, please contact your national contact point. So finally, we are here ready for the first presenter is Isabelle Leroy it's a lawyer too, from the Common Service or Common Legal Service is called, from the Common Legal Service. And we have also with us Cara O'Connor. Cara is a colleague from the DG Research. She's an expert on grant management, and she will take for the full afternoon the questions and pose them to the presenter. So the first thing I have to do is to give the role of presenter to Isabelle. Let's see if I can find her here in the list. Here she is. Isabelle, be the presenter now.
Will share my presentation. Okay, so as Manuel explained, I'm going to present you.
Can you stay closer to the micro? We hear you very far.
Yeah, is that fine now?
A little bit better.
Okay. So I'm going to present you the legal aspects of reporting and payments, and then colleagues will present you the process and IT tools for reporting and payments. And I would like to specify already that my presentation does not address the difficulties created by the coronavirus crisis, as there will be this special presentation dedicated to this later on in the afternoon. So I'm changing slide. If the slide moves, yes, that's right. Okay, so the first slide is about a brief overview of the types of payments. This is just very quickly. So first you have the pre-financing that you will receive at the beginning of the action. Then there are one or several interim payments. They are at the end of each reporting period, and there will be as many as there are reporting periods in your action, and the interim payments cover the eligible costs incurred during the corresponding period. And then at the end of the action, there is a final payment called the payment of the balance. Before explaining in more details each payment, I will provide you some characteristics that apply to all payments. So first, the commission or agency will make payments to the coordinator of the consortium, not to each beneficiary. And the commission or agency will pay to the bank account of the coordinator, which is specified in the grant agreement in the Article 21.8. And when we make the payment to the coordinator, this discharges the commission of the obligation of payment, which means that from that moment, it is for the coordinator to distribute this amount to the beneficiaries. And the coordinator must distribute the payment without unjustified delay. Now, it's important to know that how and when you distribute the payment within the consortium is an internal matter for the consortium. It's up to the consortium, and you can establish arrangements in the consortium agreement. For example, you can establish that you will pay in installments or at specific moments. And if the coordinator complies with such arrangements in the consortium agreement, there's no unjustified delay. As you have this possibility to arrange the distribution of the payments within the consortium, it will happen in some cases that we will need to know about this distribution, and then we would ask the coordinator for the details of this distribution in three cases. Firstly, if due to specific circumstances, we need to have this information and we will request it. The second case is at the payment of the balance at the end of the action. If we need to recover an amount, we will need to know who received what in the consortium. And the third case is if the participation of one beneficiary is terminated during the action, we will need to know how much this beneficiary received. Coming back to the payments made by the Commission or the agency, we have to make them in a certain deadline. This is 30 days for the pre-financing and 90 days for the other payments. And if we are late, we will owe you late interest payments. Late payment interest, sorry, and we will automatically add this to the payment with only two exceptions. If the late payment interest is less than 200 euros, we will only add it upon request made by the coordinator. The other exception is that if all the entities in the consortium are public entities, then the consortium is not entitled to the late payment interest. Now, I will give you more details on the pre-financing. So the pre-financing is paid at the beginning of the action. The purpose is to give you cash flow so that you can start working and work until the first interim payment. So it is paid automatically 30 days after the entry into force of the grant agreement. However, if your consortium requested for a late starting date, then the pre-financing would be paid from 10 days from this starting date. How much are we going to pay? So there's no fixed amount. In general, what we do to determine the amount is that we take the total grant amount, maximum grant amount, and we divide it by the number of reporting periods, and we take one of these shares as the pre-financing. And the amount is fixed in the grant agreement in the Article 21. Then at the moment of the pre-financing, we will retain an amount that will be transferred to the guarantee fund. This amount corresponds to 5% of the maximum grant amount, and it will be released at the end of the action. And the guarantee fund may intervene if there is a defaulting beneficiary. In the next slide, I will explain you in an example how to calculate the amount of pre-financing. But before that, just one other characteristic of the pre-financing is that it remains the property of the EU until the end of the action. Until you have reported all your costs and work, and then only at that point it will become your property. So now this is the example of how to calculate the pre-financing. So we have the features of the example at the top of the slide. So you see that in this grant, the maximum grant amount is 1 million. The funding rate is 100%. There are 3 reporting periods. We can already calculate the amount that will be transferred to the guarantee fund. That's 5% of the maximum grant amount, so 5% of 1 million, so 50,000. And concerning the amount of pre-financing, as I said earlier, there's no fixed rule on how to define it, but the usual practice is to divide the maximum grant amount by the number of reporting periods. So here we divide 1 million by 3, so that's 333,000. But we still need to deduct what is transferred to the guarantee fund to know what the consortium will receive. And so the consortium will receive 283,000. So now that the consortium received the pre-financing, is going to start working on the action during the first reporting period. And at the end of this reporting period, it will have to submit reports. It's the coordinator who must submit the reports within 60 days after the end of the reporting period, and it must submit a technical report and a financial report. So the technical report includes an explanation of the work carried out, an overview of the progress, and here it would be where you would report explanations on any differences between the work expected to be carried out and the work actually carried out. There is also a summary for publication. Then, if required in your Annex 1 of your grant agreement, you may need to add an updated plan for the exploitation and dissemination of results. And finally, there is a questionnaire on the impact of the action. And this is in relation to key indicators that we use to monitor the action, as well as the Horizon 2020 program. Then is the financial report. This includes the individual financial statements for each beneficiary and linked third party. You can find a model of the individual financial statement in the Annex 4 of your grant agreement. And an individual financial statement will detail the eligible cost of the concerned entity for the reporting period. We advise that you declare all eligible costs, even if this is beyond what was budgeted, because in any way at the end of the action we will cap at the maximum grant amount, and this can be useful if at a later stage we would reject some costs. Also in the financial report, there is a summary financial statement which is created automatically by the system. And finally, you must provide explanations on the use of the resources, and they should normally be consistent with the financial statement. You may keep in mind that further details on the process and tools, this will be further explained in the next presentation. Okay, so now that the consortium has submitted the reports, it's the time of the interim payment. So the Commission has 90 days from the moment you submit the reports to analyze the reports, to determine what we're going to pay and to actually pay. We're going to analyze the costs and determine if they are, notably if they're eligible, if they comply with all the eligibility conditions. That's the general eligibility conditions, like are the costs connected to the action necessary for its implementation, incurred during the action, and also the specific eligibility conditions. All these conditions are detailed in the Article 6 of your grant agreement. They are quite important for you to know so that you can assess the eligibility of your costs. At that point, what we do is only based on the reports that you provide. And when we approve the reports, it's not an acknowledgement of the total correctness and appropriateness of the costs. Even after we have approved a report and paid, at a later stage, it would always be possible to have an audit for a more in-depth analysis of the reports or costs. And when we have assessed what costs are eligible, we are going to apply to this amount of eligible costs the funding rate. What we will also do to determine the amount of the payment is a capping at 90% of the maximum grant amount. This means that we will not pay you the last 10% until the end of the action. So in practice, it means that if you take your pre-financing and the interim payment, the total does not go beyond 90% of the maximum grant amount. Okay, so now that you have received an interim payment, the consortium would continue to work. So either in a next interim reporting period, or if it's a short action, that could be already the last reporting period. And then at the end of the last reporting period, you have to submit the final reports, and it's for the coordinator to submit the final reports within 60 days after the end of the last reporting period. So that's again a technical report and a financial report. In the technical report, there is an overview of the results and their exploitation and dissemination. There are also conclusions of the action and its socio-economic impact. As for the financial report, there is a summary financial statement which is created automatically by the system. And where required, there is a certificate on the financial statement. So this is an audit certificate, and it must be provided when a beneficiary or a linked third party requests more than a certain threshold of EU contribution. So this threshold is 325,000 of EU contribution for the reimbursement of certain costs, and these costs are actual costs and unit costs based on the usual accounting practices of the beneficiary. So this, when you calculate this threshold, you notably exclude indirect costs. One thing you may know is that you can only provide the CFS at the end of the action, and you have to provide it only if required. Okay, now that the consortium would have submitted the final reports, it would be the moment of the payment of the balance. So again, the Commission has 90 days from the moment you submit the reports to analyze the reports, to determine the payment and to pay. So what we're going to pay at that point is the remaining part of the eligible costs that you incurred. And it's also at that moment that we would release the amount that was transferred to the guarantee fund. Now, this payment is called the payment of the balance because we are in fact going to make a balance between the payment that we made so far and the final grant amount. So if we paid you so far less than the final grant amount, we will make a further payment. But if we already paid you more than the final grant amount, we will need to recover the difference. To get this difference, we will first offset with the amount released from the guarantee fund. And if this is not enough, we would recover the difference. And for this, we would follow a procedure. We would send you a pre-information letter, organize a contradictory procedure where you have the possibility to be heard, and finally maybe send you a debit note. Concerning the calculation of the final grant amount, there are two notions that you need to know about. That's receipts and reductions. So first, receipts. Receipts are linked to the idea that beneficiaries are not supposed to make a profit out of the grant. So what do we consider as a profit due to a receipt? So there are three cases. First, it can be an income generated by the action. However, it's not income from the exploitation of the results of the action, as this is a bit the objective of the action. It's another type of income. So I will give you an example. If you bought an equipment for the action, charge the costs for the equipment under the action, and then sell this equipment during the action, you would be making a profit, and we would consider that you would have to declare the receipt. The second type of receipt are financial contributions from a third party, like a donation, but only if they are donated specifically to be used on the action. And finally, the third type is in-kind contribution provided by a third party. That's also if it is provided specifically to be used on the action. Also, if it is free of charge, and if the beneficiary charges cost under Horizon 2020 for this in-kind contribution. So I'll give you an example. If an expert is seconded by a third party to the beneficiary. So the beneficiary does not pay the salary of this expert, does not reimburse the third party for this expert, but the beneficiary still charges personal costs for this expert, and the expert was seconded specifically to work on the action. So that could fall under the category of receipt and may have to be declared as a receipt. However, just to make things clear, if you take a very close configuration where the seconded expert is not seconded specifically for the action, but generally, then we don't fall in a receipt anymore. For example, a typical case would be a university professor whose salary is paid by the ministry while he's working in the university. So the university is not paying the salary of the professor, but the professor is not there to work specifically on the action, so that's not a receipt. You may note that the receipts have to be declared at the end of the action and at the level of the action, so not per beneficiary. And I also told you that another notion to know about is grant reduction. That's something that's not frequently applied. It's for cases of substantial errors or serious breach or fraud. We may have to reduct the grant amount. So now I'm going to give you an example of how to calculate the final grant amount. So please don't freak out when you see this slide. You will first see that there are 4 steps in this slide on how to calculate the final grant amount. And in most cases, the first 2 steps are the only 2 that you will apply to calculate your grant amount. However, here we've put many elements in the example so that you get a grasp of all the concepts, and also it's a little more challenging. So if we look at the features of the example at the top of the slide, you will see that the maximum grant amount here is 200. We will be speaking in kilo euros. However, the consortium had more approved eligible costs up to an amount of 220. The funding rate is 100%. The consortium received a receipt of 30, let's say a donation, a financial donation of 30. And this is one of the not very frequent cases where there was a reduction of 20, a grant reduction of 20. So I will start the calculation with step 1, which is quite straightforward. We take the approved eligible cost and we apply the funding rate of 100%. So that's 220 multiplied by 100%, and we are still at 220. However, in this case, you see that this is above the maximum grant amount, which is specified in your grant agreement under Article 5. And so we have to apply in step 2 a capping at the level of the maximum grant amount. So the result of step 2 is 200. So in most cases, as I said, the calculation would stop here. In step 3 and step 4, we're going to deal with the receipts and reduction. In step 3, it's the receipt, and it's what we apply the non-profit rule. So in the example, you see that the consortium is going to receive 200 from the commission, and it's also receiving 30 from another third-party donation. So in all, they're going to receive 230. However, if you look at their approved eligible cost, that's only 220. So we consider that they are making a profit of 10, and we are going to deduct this profit of 10 from the result that we had in step 2. So we do 200 minus 10, and the result is 190. So that's it for receipts. In step 4, it's the reduction. So for the grant reduction, we will not just pile it up from step 3, but we're going to see between the receipt and the grant reduction which one would have the most impact, and we will only apply this one. So for the grant reduction, we will also take the result from step 2 and deduct the grant reduction of 20, so which results in 180. So if you compare with the result of the deduction of the receipt, that was 190, we take the lower of the two amounts, so the final amount would be the 180. Okay, so that's it with this example, and now we're going to move on to easier concepts. That's tips and tricks for the reporting. So if the consortium is late, what happens in practice is that the commission will, consortium is late in submitting the report. The commission will send you a reminder, and we will stop the clock for the time to pay. And then as soon as you submit the reports, this clock will start again. If even after the reminder you don't send the reports, the Commission would send you a letter indicating that we may terminate the grant agreement if you do not submit the reports. Now, if it is only one beneficiary that's late, you have to take into consideration that in the Horizon 2020, it's a single submission system, which means that you submit all at once. So the coordinator may decide to send what he already has so that he doesn't penalize the rest of the consortium. And as a consequence, the late beneficiary who would not have his report submitted would not be paid for that period, but he would have the possibility to submit the missing reports at the next reporting period. And what happens when we receive the reports a bit more in detail? So if the reports are complete and satisfactory, we approve them and we pay. As I said earlier, this is not an in-depth check, and it does not mean that we could not make an audit for more in-depth verification at a later stage. If the reports are incomplete, or if we need further information or clarification, we would send you a request to submit the missing information, and we would stop the clock for the payment. And as soon as you provide the missing information, the clock would start again from where it stopped. Now, in exceptional cases where the Commission does not agree with the reports, it would be possible that we reject them and inform you on the reasons. In such case, we could also suspend the payment for one or several beneficiaries with which there is the problem, and we could pursue with the payment for the other beneficiaries. And in the worst case scenario, there's also the termination of the grant is part of the measures which are applicable. Now, I will finish with reminders on some small aspects for the reports. So first, they have to be in the language of the grant agreement, which is English. then the financial reports must be in euros. So for the beneficiaries who have their accounts in euros, but who would incur a cost in another currency, for the conversion, you have to use your usual practices. And for beneficiaries whose accounts are in another currency than euros, then the conversion rule is different. What you have to do is you have to apply an average reference rate over the whole reporting period. This is an average of the exchange daily rate of the European Central Bank. In practice, you have a tool, a web tool of the European Central Bank, where you can very easily find this average of the exchange daily rate. So in this web tool, you enter the starting date of your reporting period, the end date, and it calculates the average rate, and this is what you apply for your conversion. And the links to this web tools are in the annotated grant agreement under Article 20. Another reminder concerning linked third parties. So the linked third parties are this type of third parties which are either affiliated to a beneficiary or have a legal link to a beneficiary and who perform tasks as described in the Annex 1 of the grant agreement. And they also declare their own costs and they have their own financial statement. The thing is they don't have access to the electronic exchange system, so it's the beneficiary to which they are linked who will fill in the financial statement for their linked third party. Finally, a bit more information on the certificate on the financial statement. So as explained earlier, you only provide it if for the beneficiaries or linked third parties who are above the threshold of 325,000. And you can only provide it at the end of the action. You cannot provide it earlier, otherwise it would be rejected and we would not accept the costs for it. Now, the fact that you have to provide it at the end of the action does not mean that you can only provide one for the whole duration of the action. For example, if your action is 36 months long with two reporting periods of 18 months each, you could make two certificates, one for each reporting period. And some beneficiaries may prefer this so that they know earlier in the process if they're doing things correctly. However, you would have to send both certificates at the end, and you have to make sure that the cost of having two is not more than if you had only one for the whole duration. So it's something to keep in mind when you are seeing the price with the auditor. And the cost of the CFS is only accepted if the CFS is required, so if you are above the threshold, and it can be declared in the category of other direct costs. So that's it for my presentation, and I can now move on to questions.
Thank you very much, Isabel. Cara is there, Cara O'Connor, taking questions. Cara is a colleague from the research, DG Research. She's an expert on grant management. Cara, are you there?
Yep, I'm here. Thank you very much. So I've been looking through the questions that were coming through as you were presenting, Isabel. A couple of them you answered already. And I will just start maybe more on sequential on what you presented. So not on necessarily how the questions came in. So the first one, may we pay the pre-financing to beneficiaries even when we have not yet signed the consortium agreement?
So I think that depends. I think in most cases there is not the obligation to have a consortium agreement, but if I have confirmation, maybe I should check for confirmation. I think only in some cases an obligation to have a consortium agreement, and there maybe they would have an impact, but I think it's not linked because the consortium agreement is something usually internal to the consortium. Maybe I should go back to this person when I have confirmation on this.
Okay. Then there was a question again on the pre-financing about, well, it was on the pre-financing, but I guess it can apply throughout the payments. What should they do with negative interest, or they say bank charges? can those be considered as eligible costs or not eligible?
Bank charges are usually not eligible costs. I think they're up to each party who's involved. So the commission will pay this, will incur its own bank charges, the coordinator for receiving the payment, and if a beneficiary has bank charges to receive the distribution of payment, it's up to the beneficiary.
Okay. There were a few questions, I'll summarize. A few questions on what should the coordinator check when reviewing the financial statements, looking at Annex 2, Annex 1. So there was a couple of questions that came up with that one.
Well, here it's really for each beneficiary. The financial statements are individual financial statements, so it's really for the beneficiary to ensure the correctness of the figures. The coordinator is only making sure that it has all the documents before submission.
Okay. I think it would be worth also to clarify what the threshold for CFS should cover, because there was a few questions, then some participants actually answering the question. But I think for the sake of everyone, it would probably be helpful just to clarify what the 325,000 threshold
Yes,
relates to.
So for it's calculated per beneficiary or linked third party. So it's 325,000 of EU contribution for the reimbursement of actual costs and unit costs based on the usual accounting practices of the beneficiary. And there's only two types of these unit costs. It's average personal costs and unit costs for internal invoicing. The other thing that you may consider is that if you had an audit during your project, the costs that were audited are not counted in the threshold, and they will not either be covered by the CFS.
Okay. So that was on the CFS. Then there was also a question. This is more on the details of the personnel of the other direct costs. So when submitting a financial statement, should the other direct costs description, so in the use of resources which exceed 50%, should that be on a beneficiary level or should also be cumulative with link third parties? Maybe I can answer this
yes,
one.
If you
Actually,
know
it's
that,
more
Karen.
on ex ante controls. So it's each individual financial statement will ask for a description on the other direct costs that exceed 15% of the personnel costs. Is there time for more questions, Manuel?
Only one, please.
Okay. So, okay, there was a few questions that came in while we were talking, so. Okay, one question, which is, what are coordinators obliged to share the amount equally to all the partners? I guess in terms of payments.
This is up to the internal arrangement of the consortium and can be fixed in their consortium agreement.
Okay.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you, Isabel. Thank you, Kara. The next presentation is also about reporting and payments, the business process and IT tool. And you know already our presenter, she was dealing with the questions this morning, Renata Fijalkowska. Renata is an expert, as I said this morning, on grant management. She is working on the Common Implementation Center in DG Research at the European Commission. Thank you, Renata. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Manuel. Yes, indeed. I hope you can see my presentation in the presenting mode. Okay.
Yes.
And as Manuel said, I will talk about the practical implementation and practicalities connected to the reporting and payment. So in the beginning, I will start with the short summary where these monitoring obligations come from. And later on, I will describe two reporting modules, which will be helping you to proceed with the payment and reporting, namely continuous reporting module and periodic reporting module. And I will finish with the how-to. Basically, these are slides, printouts from the IT system, where I will show you how to move around and how in practice proceed with reporting and payment tasks. Monitoring project implementation is an obligation for the granted body, whether this is commission or agency, mostly because we need to ensure that the projects are implemented in line with the description of action. And of course, this plays a role in the evaluation of the eligibility of cost claimed.
Excuse me. Sorry to interrupt. Actually, we are having problems with your sound. Again, there is plenty of echo. Maybe you have the speaker computer too loud. And if you can also approach a little bit more the microphone. Thank you. Are you still there?
Yes, and can you hear me better now?
Oh, much better. That's a big difference. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll continue like this. As I finished with the obligations which are on the commissioner and the granting body to check whether the grant is implemented in line with grant agreement and whether costs are eligible. And to perform this task, we will be asking you to submit any information which might be needed for those two tasks, and in particular to deliver deliverables and reports which are detailed in the grant agreement. The monitoring tasks are done by the project officers, which is always assigned for each project, and project officer may be assisted by the external experts. If this is the case, you also will be informed about it. Project monitoring is a continuous task. It can be done at any moment during the active project and also after the end. But there is one particular moment when the reporting has a very specific and well-designed frame, and this is end of reporting period, when we are preparing the payment. And normally review meetings may be organized at this time. And also for this task, project officer may call for the help of external experts. Obligations, as my colleague said already before, reporting obligations are listed in the Article 19 and 20 of the grant agreement. Article 19 puts on you obligation to submit deliverables, and Article 20 periodic reports, which are due after 60 days following the end of each reporting period. Periodic reports are composed of two parts, technical and financial part. And on top of this, in the end of the project, you are obliged to deliver a final report, which takes the form of the final technical report, but this one is produced automatically by the system. Later on, you will see on the screens how exactly this is done. And if needed, at the end of the reporting period, you are obliged to deliver CFS, Certificate on Financial Statements. And these are these two modules with which you will have to work since the very beginning of each project. So this is the continuous reporting module and periodic reporting module. Continuous reporting module is opened and ready for you to be filled in since the very beginning of the project. And also it stays open after the end of the project. While periodic reporting module is open at the end of each reporting period when you are obliged to deliver specific reports, and is closed when the payment is done. And now I will continue with the description of the continuous reporting module. This is the one which is activated after grant signature, after grant is signed. And the information which will be gathering in this module are mostly publishable summary. You will be able to work with the deliverables, submit them, and interact with the project officer in the context of deliverables. You will be able to report progress and achievement of milestones, follow-up of critical risk, and also there is a part in the continuous reporting module where we will be asking you to fill in the data which are needed for the key performance indicators for the monitoring of the program. And basically, this is the reporting on publications, communication activities of the project, and another, depending from the type of actions and depending from the part of the programs, there will be other specific questionnaires to be filled in. Periodic reporting module, which is activated after the end of each reporting period, is also composed of two parts, the technical and financial. And technical part has a structure similar to the proposal. So part A, which is the publishable summary, the list of deliverables, milestones and risks, and also some answers to the questionnaires. And this part of the report will be produced automatically by the system. You will be asked to input the necessary information directly in the IT tool. And the second part of the technical report is a narrative part. This part takes the form of the PDF, which you will have to attach in the IT tool, based on the template which we also will provide it to you. And this narrative part will ask you to explain the work carried out by the project until the end of reporting period, also update of the plan for exploitation and dissemination of results, and explanation on deviations from description of action. These are these parts of the narrative part of the technical report. And the second part of periodic report, the financial reporting, this is basically the financial statements which you will be filling in and submitting, which are accompanied by the use of resources. So basically information which we will be asking you in the context of the financial statements, and a periodic summary financial statement, which is the report automatically created in the IT tool and attached to your reports. If the whole template of the periodic reporting is available in the portal, participant portal, and you can find these reports by searching through the framework program, and then you will find the specific templates for different different instrument types of actions, and the report is complete. It will show you the future periodic report with part A, part B, and also with use of resources. Continuous reporting module. This is the module which is opened at the beginning of the project, as I said, and which is available to you through the whole life of the project. So you are able to work on it at any moment, at any time when the certain milestones are achieved, when you are obliged to report on the deliverables. At any moment you can access this module and prepare the necessary reporting. And to access the continuous reporting module, you have to log into the portal, My Projects, and Manage Project tab. And continuous reporting module will be available, and it's you will see the starting date, the opening date of the module. So in the timeline, which is shown on top of the screen, and below you will see all tasks, all which were already performed since the beginning of the beginning of the project. So basically, for example, in this example on this slide, we can see that grant agreement preparation phase was finished with all steps already grayed out. So that means that they are completed. And the structure of each module is similar. So you see always the project history, process communication, process documents, and the same in the continuous reporting module. You can see process history, process communication, and process documents part, and also active task, continuous reporting data. When you click on it, you will be forwarded to the another IT tool, which is basically the place where we gather the information, which are then the base for the reports which I was talking about before. And namely, in the first tab, you will have to update at each reporting period summary for publication. This is the summary which will become public. That's why it must be written in a easy understandable language, easy understandable for broader public. Also, it must be standalone text, which makes sense when we publish this as such. And of course, it cannot contain any confidential data. Here, the page is divided into 3 parts, which will allow you to structure the text better. And for example, in the second part, after each reporting period, you will be asked to put the current status of the project, description of the achievement until the end of the current reporting period. We also encourage you to upload image, which will be associated with your project. There is a possibility to do it, and also you will be asked to indicate the website of the project. And the next tab, which is probably the most used during the project life, this is the tab with deliverables. Here you will find always all deliverables which are agreed and listed for your project with the estimated deadline for delivery and dissemination status. Here, pay attention, because what is public, it means that after acceptance of by the project officer, they will be published in Cordis. And also in the column status, you will be able to see whether there are any pending deliverables which already cross their due date. And if such cases, at the moment of the periodic reporting, when you will be uploading or closing the reporting tab, you will have to justify the delay, or you will have to justify the reasons why you are not submitting deliverable if it's due in the current reporting period. Yeah, this is this dialog window where you will be asked for comments in case deliverables are attached later or are not attached and to the periodic reporting. At each moment when you attach a deliverable, your feature will be notified, and at the same time we will be notified when you actually attach any deliverable, which is to be reviewed by the project officer. The notifications will be sent to the coordinator contact and the participant contacts. And the next tab, these are the milestones. We copy the status of the milestones from the grant agreement preparation phase. And you will be asked here to report about the status of the milestones, whether they were achieved, when they were achieved, and if not, you will be asked to comment on them. Critical risk, similar situation. These are also a copy of the situation which was presented in the grant agreement preparation phase. And at any time, you can add unforeseen risk. So these are those which can be identified during the project life, as opposed to the foreseen risks, which we already identified in the beginning during the grant agreement preparation phase. At the moment of the periodic reporting, you will be asked to inform about the state of play of both foreseen and unforeseen risk. And this is the obligatory information which you will have to fill in before closure of the reporting. And next up, this is the reporting about the publications. Here we offer you a bit of help because all publications which are funded with EU money must mention this fact. So we, in case of the publications which are listed in the opener, we are able to filter by this EU word whether this is the publication which is linked to the project, to the EU project, but we will need your check whether this publication indeed should be attached as because it's linked to this particular project. You will have to mark it as relevant for this reporting, and by doing so, this publication will move to the project publication field and will be attached to the reporting. There will be also publications which we were not able to identify, and you can do it yourself by putting DOI of such publication, and then you will be asked to answer whether this publication is available in open access. If so, whether this is in the green open access, or this is a gold open access or not. And importantly, whether this is a peer-reviewed publication, because you need to know that under current grant agreement, peer-reviewed publications, all of them, if related to the project, they must be offered to the public in the open access mode. And this is this reminder from Article 29.9. All peer-reviewed publications, scientific publications related to the project results must ensure open access. And there is even, since there is an obligation in the grant agreement, there is also related consequence of non-compliance. And in this case, if you will not ensure open access to such publications, you can be in theory at least charged with the grant reduction of minimum 10%. Another part of the continuous reporting is the dissemination. These are the information which we are gathering for the key performance indicators, and we will use it. We are using this for the evaluation of the program. In this part, we will ask you about the total funding amount used for dissemination and communication activities. And then some specific questions about the type of activities which were linked. And we are asking you for the numbers of conferences, workshops, press release, and so on. In the next tab, we will ask you to report on the intellectual properties which were produced by the project. And here there is a small dialog window where we'll ask you to mark whether it was a patent, trademark, design, or other type of IPR. And again, we offer you a little help in case this IPR was registered in the European Patent Office. We are able to identify it. If not, in the second dialog window, we will be able to manually describe this IPR, which we couldn't retrieve from the EPO office. Innovation, another KPI tab. Here we are asking you about the activities of the project related to innovation, whether the project was producing prototype, using clinical trials, or testing other testing activities, and whether the project will lead to launching new products on new processes or new methods to the market, and whether and how many private companies in your projects have introduced or are planning to introduce innovation, and then some more details about those companies which are going to introduce those innovations. SME impact, another KPIs information. Here we will be asking you about the turnover number of employees in the beginning of the project, and also by clicking on this plus, you will be able to update the status as of end of the reporting period, whether turnover or number of employees changed. Next tab, open data, is for the projects which did not opt out from the open data obligation. This is the obligation to give access to the research data. And again, similarly, we can gather this information if by DOI, or you can put manually the references to another repository. Gender tab is here we gather information about the gender of the researchers and non-researchers working for the project. And also we are asking you about the gender dimension of the project. And there is a short explanation of what we mean by gender dimension concept, just to facilitate the understanding of the question. Later on, there is a specific tab about the energy. So this is very for specific project, the questions related to the energy projects. And the last tab is the question about the ABS regulation. So as a recipient of EU research funding, you also may have certain obligation under the EU regulation on access and benefit sharing, so-called Nagoya Protocol or ABS. But this is only if you use genetic resources. The first step, the first step is to determine whether you are at all falling within the scope of this regulation. And to do so, we are providing you with the step-by-step questions, which will allow you to identify whether you are actually impacted by this regulation and whether you have any obligations related to it. Since this is a very particular and very niche requirement, relates only to projects which are dealing with genetic resources, we invite you, we are giving very detailed explanation just to help you to identify whether you might be in the scope of this regulation. So in case you think that you might be, you have to go and ask this question and then determine whether at all this is relevant for your project. Periodic reporting module in the next presentation. The periodic reporting starts with the notification. So at the end of the reporting period, everybody in the consortium, all beneficiaries will receive a notification that the periodic reporting module is open and ready for gathering data needed for the periodic reporting and payment. Within the periodic reporting module, all beneficiaries can contribute to the technical part of this periodic reporting. They have to complete their own financial statements. They have to sign them. Everybody needs to sign its own financial statement. And this can be done only by the persons with a specific rights, PF sign rights, assigned to them. The coordinators is gathering all this data to the one package and submits to the Commission as a one package, as a one periodic reporting, which is then evaluated. EU services can analyze this report, accept or reject, so we can have interaction in the context of the periodic reporting, and then only then there is a final step periodic payment. And it looks similarly like all other processes in the grant management services, participant portal grant management services. This is a module which has a similar structure like all other modules. So has a process-specific communications, project-specific documents, and process tasks, which by which you can interact and deliver information. By clicking on the periodic reporting, and by clicking to this technical part, all beneficiaries will be able to work on the technical part of the periodic reporting, and financial parts, as I said, can be filled in by and signed by each beneficiary. And the third task, periodic reporting composition, this is the place when the both technical and financial parts are gathered and sent by coordinator. Sorry. Once you click on the technical part, this is the part where everybody can work on. You will see that it looks very similar to the continuous reporting module, and this is exactly the case. So we can gather information to the periodic reporting from the continuous reporting model. You can fill in this information using these both channels, periodic and continuous reporting. And what is the difference between these modules? The difference is that periodic reporting, continuous reporting modules is open all the time for you to fill in. At the moment of the finalization of the periodic reporting, when coordinator clicks log for review, we synchronize information and we freeze those which will be used for the periodic reporting. So this is kind of two entry points to which you can use to feed your reports. In the last tab of the periodic reporting, you will find the technical report part B. This is the tab where this is the only tab where we are asking you to upload documents in the form of the PDF. So this is the, here we will provide you with a template where we are asking you to work on the descriptive part of the periodic reporting. Okay. And also at the moment of the periodic reporting, this is what I also already mentioned before, that critical risk tab, which is the tab where we are listing all your critical risk, must be updated, and we will ask you for the status in the context of the periodic reporting. And once technical part is filled in by everybody and checked by the coordinator, there is a task for the coordinator who can actually log this technical part for review, and it will freeze the data regardless whether they were inputted via continuous reporting module or via periodic reporting module. But this is the moment where we will create the PDF from all this information. And it's going to be part of the technical part of the reports, which will be then delivered. So for this reason, this task for log for review can be only done by primary coordinator contact or coordinator contact. Later on, once this PDF with the technical part is created, the coordinator has a choice. He can either accept and include this technical part to the periodic report composition. So to this, he can start filling in the package which will be sent out. And still, even at this moment, he can redo and reopen this technical part. So before submission, there is always possibility to go back and put reports into the draft mode. Later on, also in parallel, all beneficiaries, including coordinator, should start filling in their financial parts. Everybody should click on their own financial statement and start filling in the costs which we are going to claim in this reporting period. As of second reporting period, there also will be the possibility to add adjustments to previous periods, and costs which you will be declaring. Sometimes they will require just entering a number, just for example, like here, or sometimes it looks like it is the field where you will be asked for more information. This is because in case of some costs, there is some small calculation behind. Later on, you will see how also at this moment we will be gathering the information which will then become the use of resources report, which is basically description of the costs and these are the informations which will be later on presented to the project officer as additional information needed for assessment of costs which are claimed by you. And this is how it looks like. For example, for direct personnel costs, we will be asking you, apart from the number of person months, and we will ask you to assign the work package, and also whether in this cost category you are asking another type of the personnel costs, like in-kind contribution from third party, and then if so, we will ask you to choose what is the type of this contribution and whether it was foreseen in Annex 1 or not. If not, of course, you will be prompted to put a comment. And in case of other direct costs, since there is an obligation to explain costs which are above 15% of personnel costs, again, in the dialog window, you will be able to list these other direct costs which are above 15%. And again, if they were foreseen in Annex 1, no explanation needed. If no explanation is needed. And also other costs, in-kind contribution, which could be claimed in this cost category, we will ask for details. Once you're finished, you have to click on the validate button, and it will show you whether there is anything what could block you from finalizing your financial statements. And this validate button will spot all places where some data could be missing or inconsistent, and you will be asked to make necessary corrections. And then, just like in all other reports, log for review is freezing your data and producing PDF, which later on will be ready for you to be signed and submitted. The only person with PF sign rights can do it for each beneficiary. And before signature and submission, you will be asked to confirm whether data are reliable and true, whether calls are declared eligible, and so on. After this declaration, if you click sign and submit, your costs, your financial statement will not be automatically included in the periodic report in this package, which will be sent for to EU, to project officer, but they will be waiting for the coordinator to be included to this package, because coordinator is the one who is deciding whether financial statement is part of the periodic reporting or not. And here, coordinator can include. And of course, until the package is not sent out, there's always possibility to go back and redo the task and reopen the financial statement. Once the package is ready, meaning technical part and all financial statements which are supposed to be in the package are ready, the coordinator can submit to EU. And the idea under the submission is that apart from the fact that this is one package, there are only certain tasks in the coordinator who can perform these tasks. And these are primary coordinator contact and coordinator contact. And also the documents which are generated for as a part of the reporting are visible to all consortium members. Contrary to the situation of individual financial statements which are under preparation but is beneficiary. They are visible only to beneficiaries and coordinator. And this is the summary of the process. So basically, in the context of the periodic reporting, beneficiaries can work on their financial statements. They can log them for review, sign and submit to coordinator. Everybody can work on the technical report, and coordinator has a specific task of checking and redoing and including financial statements to the reporting package, and also has a task of submitting the whole package to the EU. Once the submission is processed, it will be visible on the in the portal. You will see that the periodic report is now in the submitted status. And at this stage, the EU officer can do following: can accept the reports and proceed with payment, or can ask for revision, or ask for additional information. These two different types of processes has a different consequences. In case of the revision, when project officer would like you to revise the reports, he has to send suspension of the payment deadline letter, which will be visible for you in the portal. But also, he will reopen the reports in draft mode for you, so that it will be possible to make the changes, which will be described in the payment suspension letter. In case of the when project officer is only asking for additional information, reports are still blocked. You won't be able to work on them, but you will be able to upload answer to the questions which were asked in the suspension letter of the project officer. And in portal, you will see this like this. In case of the request for revision of the reports, you will see in the process document suspension of the payment deadline letter. And if you click on the periodic report, you will see the technical part is in the draft mode, ready for corrections. And also in the process task, you will see this technical part not in the PDF mode, but in the active drafting mode. All exchanges, of course, between you and the project officer will be visible in the process history. And this is the situation when project officer is only asking for some clarifications where periodic reports are not reopened. You will see suspension of the payment deadline letter, and you will have a possibility to upload answer to this request. Suspension of the payment deadline is a reason to stop the clock to pay. So this 90 days when Commission is obliged to pay, if this payment deadline is suspended, the clock is stopped until you actually send back the session or send back the required information. And this is automatic. System is measuring the clock without human intervention. And what is new? Actually, as of the last month, you probably noticed there's an additional step which which is visible in the metro line, that in case of the final periods, where we contractually are obliged to ask you for observations, actually not only final period, but also in all payments, interim and final payments, we added one step where we will be asking you for observations. Normally, until now, if you, after receipt of the payment letter, you had any observations and disagreements with the evaluations of the cost claims delivered, you were sending a formal notification to the project officers. Now it's a process which is monitored and will be visible for you as a separate step. Basically, you will be able to upload your observations after receipt of the payment letter, or close without observations. So if observations have been submitted, and project officer will evaluate your claims, there are two possible scenarios. Either they will be accepted, your observations, and they will result in the eligibility of, for example, extra cost or correction of costs, which were assessed. In case of interim payment, you will be asked to claim this, to make correction in the next reporting period. In case of final periods, this correction may result even in the complementary payment, or may result in the correction of the accepted costs. Once all processes related to the reporting and payment are finished, you will be able to track the exchanges in the portal, and you will have access to all documents which were produced and exchanged in the context of the project reporting and payment. So interim payment letter, all reports which were delivered, produced and delivered will be visible and accessible at any moment. And as every presentation, I will finish with the information where you can find the support. So through the funding and tender opportunities portal, in the support type, you can find different links to very useful information. First of all, documents and online manuals. This is the description of the also with the legal description of the different tasks which you have to perform, and IT how-to. This is the actual description of the steps which you have to perform in the context of the all tasks which you have to do in the IT tool. This is really helpful, first of all, because you can see print screens from the IT tools where maybe it's going to be easier for you to find a way how to, for example, do the payment, how to correct your report, or if you have questions, you don't understand some questions and reasons for them. We believe that in reading those information, you can find everything what you may need. Okay.
Thank you very much, Renata. You had plenty of questions, actually. So probably Kara is there with all of them. Kara?
Yep. Okay. There are quite a lot of questions. I was trying to sort them a little bit, but okay, the question that came up in different forms by a few different people was what should be done for correcting a financial statement. So by the coordinator, first of all, correcting a financial statement, and then what is it possible to still make adjustments later on?
Yes, so by correcting financial statement before submission to anybody is very easy. Coordinator can always reopen the financial statement for correction, and even if you log for review but still not yet sent to the coordinator, you can do it actually yourself as a beneficiary. So before submission, very easy, and after submission to the commission, depends what correction you would like to do, because normally after submission to reopen the financial statement for correction, project officer has to send it back and reopen the reports for correction. So if probably you have to coordinate with your project officer whether correction must be done in this way, if this is about the correction of financial statement, because sometimes project officer can reject certain costs if they were, for example, claimed wrongly, and there is no need to make these corrections. As concerns adjustments, so as of second reporting period, while filling in your own your financial statement for the current reporting period, you have a little plus where you can open adjustment to the previous periods. So at any subsequent period, you can create separate financial adjustment financial statement. I hope it answers the question.
I think so. I then also had some questions related. Okay. There was a little bit of confusion regarding the difference between deliverables and what's the periodic report. So the deliverables and the periodic report that's due after 60 days. So maybe you could mention a
okay.
clarification.
So, the deliverables, these are these reports which you agreed in the beginning of the project as a certain reports which are due in a certain moment. So, for example, deliverable for this work package is due in the 6 months, 7 months, and so on. And you are obliged to report on them and submit them at this moments when accordingly, as you agreed. And project officer will receive the notification and will be able to review them already at the moment of submission. But you will be paid only at the end of the reporting period, after end of the reporting period. So it means that at this moment you will have to report on the progress, general progress of work of the project, and also project officer will be evaluating this work done based on the deliverables which we are submitting during the project, during the reporting period. So deliverables is something what you produce during the reporting period, and on top of this, you have to prepare at the end of the reporting period periodic reporting reports, which are base for the payment. So these are two different things indeed.
Okay, and maybe just to add on to that, a follow-up question was also about the approval of the deliverables and if the consortium needs to mention in the periodic reports the ones that are approved or not. So it seems like maybe a clarification on the continuous reporting and how it looks for the consortium and also for the Commission.
Yeah. So don't worry, project officer has is evaluating the deliverables, approving them in the context of the periodic reporting, and also when he's notified that the deliverable is already ready for assessment, he is already checking this at the moment wherever it came. But project officer, when you look to the template of the periodic report, you will see that project officer has a list of all deliverables which were due in the current reporting period with his evaluation whether they were approved or not. So basically there is a separate report stating the status of approval of deliverables, which is attached to the periodic report.
Can we have a couple more questions until we have Simona's presentation ready?
Okay, yeah, no problem. There were a few questions. First of all, on the use of resources, what's the level of detail needed in the use of resources? What is meant by explanation of the use of resources?
Yes, in the context of the use of resources, you see that we are asking only minimum questions. What we assume that this information is what we need to evaluate the eligibility of your cost. So basically, you will be asked to answer only this which is requested by this by use of resources template. So, for example, we are not asking you to list all experts employed, all I don't know, other detailed information on all travels done in the project, because based on our risk assessment, we came to the conclusion that this level of the details is sufficient to evaluate your current financial statement. And on top of this, wherever there is any deviation to the planned work, we are asking you to detail this deviation in the part B. So basically, all unusual situations which happened in the project, all deviations, we expect to find this information in the part of the part B of the periodic report under the heading of deviations. And here we expect to find clarifications which you find might be useful for cases where the project is not going as agreed in the original description of action.
Okay, I think there you also answered another question that came about what if some costs are incurred that aren't in the Annex 1 or Annex 2. So yeah, those can be explained in the periodic report. And then the PO can ask if it seems excessive or if it seems like a big change, could ask to go ahead with an amendment, but may approve it in the payment. There were a few questions, if I can do one last one, just on dissemination and communication, because a few people asked. It's not so clear what should be reported in the tabs there. Is it the events? Is it the costs, and what sorts of costs?
So we in dissemination tab, we are asking you for the estimation of the global funding amount. So basically, which portion of the funding which you received was your estimation assigned for the dissemination and communication activities. And later on, we are asking you about the number of dissemination and communication activities. So number of training, number of conferences, and so on.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Renata. Thank you, Kara. We have already in our next presentation here is grant management under COVID-19. It's a last minute presentation by Simona Staicu. Simona is a lawyer from the Common Legal Service of the DG Research at the European Commission. Simona, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Manuel. Can you hear me? Is it everything okay?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you and hello everyone, and thanks for still being there in front of the computer as we all are these days to listen to this presentation. Just a general remark: my presentation is based, maybe some of you or most of you are aware of the FAQs with the Commission is publishing on the grant management for COVID to tackle the COVID-19 outbreak in the funding and tenders portal. Just before starting the presentation, I will mention that my presentation covers only the general part of the Horizon 2020 grant management, and in particular the actual cost grant. There are, however, at least 5 and one more, for instance, 5 FAQs on Marie Sklodowska. There is a special one on ERC grants, as well as on PCP, PPI, and lump sum grants. But given the short timeline, I had to choose, and so I said to keep in line with also the presentation done so far, and I have based the presentation on them, since they are also the most numbers in FAQs on the actual cost-based grant.
Mona, sorry to interrupt. There is plenty of echo and we cannot hear you. Actually, the voice is going up and down. Could you please turn a little bit down your speakers on the computer and approach the micro, please?
Okay, is it better now?
I think so. Let's try.
Does it work? I put it on the minimum.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, sorry. Okay, so the general principle for the grant to manage the unfortunate situation of COVID-19 is to ensure as much flexibility as possible that we are allowed under the Horizon 2020 MGA rules. So we try to extend it to the maximum possible as regards the implementation of the grant. The first slide focuses on the force majeure, on how to use it, what are the conditions if and if you have met due to the COVID-19. Actually, these were the first questions and this was the first FIQ we have developed, because the first issues we had to deal was okay, my travel got canceled, my meeting got canceled, my booking, I had to cancel my booking since I could not travel, because the member states had already started putting measures in place, starting with Italy, northern Italy, then extended to Italy. So meetings were taking place in different member states got canceled. Therefore, although the booking was done and the costs incurred. Now, what happened in this case? Are the costs incurred eligible? Then you have to see under the Article 51 of the grant agreement, which is based on the information that you must provide immediately to the Commission, to the agency or the funding body, based on a case-by-case assessment on the eligibility, on the conditions under Article 51. So yes, the cost, if a meeting got cancelled, the travel cost or the accommodations could still be charged and are eligible under the grant agreement, even if the meeting didn't take place and you didn't travel or you didn't stay in that hotel. If the situation for the COVID-19, if the general eligibility conditions of Article 6 also apply, like for any other cost, and here we say, was the meeting necessary for the Horizon 2020 event? Yes, then okay, all the costs are also, for instance, also eligible. And of course, you have also to prove that you took all the necessary steps to limit the damage which was due to force majeure. For instance, if it was before you tried to cancel the travel, and there you have the exchanges for instance, with a flight company, if it is a flight, or the train company, where you try to cancel that travel.
Simona, sorry again. There is a pop-up window there from a web page. Exactly, this one. Thank you.
Yes, sorry, they pop up. Okay, next, and the next slide, as I mentioned, the presentation is focused on the eligibility of actual cost, is how we treat actual cost and what we can and cannot declare under the Horizon 2020 MGA. Now, the most frequent question we got, what about personnel cost? What if I cannot work, or if I have to telework, but that is not my usual cost accounting practices? Remember, I mentioned that the guidelines is the general principle is the application of the rules of the Horizon 2020 MGA. So for those conditions of teleworking, the teleworking cost will be eligible even if teleworking is not in your usual practices and you have not set up a system which is well known in your company or in your institutions for teleworking. But now, given the measures and the confinement measures taken to tackle the outbreak of the COVID-19, you need to send the employees as beneficiaries and do telework, then teleworking cost will be also eligible in this situation. However, these are some of the cases, most of them we consider fortunate, but there are also cases where teleworking is not possible because simply was not possible to work under this measure. What can it be done in this situation? Well, in this situation, and that's one of the last FIQs which we have settled in the on the website, and you can find there also the information, but I will develop it a bit further down. If it's not possible, the teleworking, the confinement measure period, which is mandatory and imposed at national, regional level, or by the or national or regional authority, it will qualify as special absence. So you remember we have the special absence. We'll discuss in a bit further down what to do in this case. The travel cost, What about travel cost? I already mentioned a bit before, because since you need to cancel, you need maybe to book an immediately a flight ticket or or a train ticket to return. Your staff who was working abroad, and you have to return home. Are these costs eligible even if they are not in line, for instance, with your usual travel practices? Yes, if needed for exceptional individual situation, these also costs which are not in line may be also charged to the project. And the other cost which I have tackled here are the equipment costs, still actual costs, which is the equipment exclusively used for the action. If we can still charge the full corresponding depreciation cost, even if the equipment is not being actually used by the researchers, since the researchers, for instance, are doing teleworking or remote working if possible. Yes, the answer is yes, full depreciation costs for equipment exclusively used for the action are still eligible and can be charged in full to the project. What about new equipment, which was bought just before the confinement measurement was not put into use? The cost will be eligible from the day the depreciation starts. So from the day the depreciation starts for that equipment. Now, moving to the to the personnel cost, I mentioned that the period of mandatory confinement imposed by the national or regional authority will be treated and accepted as a special absence. What does that mean? That does mean you can indirectly charge it via the hourly rate to the action. So basically, by removing this absence due to the period of confinement from the calculation of the annual productive hours. Remember that in our, and I think you already discussed, we have in the grant agreement, there are three options, and there is also the monthly and the annual. First specification, this applies to the annual productive hours and not to the monthly hourly rate calculation. What option? The option 2, the individual annual productive hours, because if you remember, there is a specific formula where the special leaves, and this is going to be one included there, can be included and deducted in the formula. What about if you are applying option 1, 1720, or option 3, standard annual productive hours? Then you may need you may benefit from this increased hourly rate, so reduced annual productive hours, by changing and moving to option 2 in this year, when the measures and the mandatory period of confinement start. And you may do also this, you may choose to do this only for those types of personnel which are subject to confinement that cannot actually telework. There is no possibility for them to telework, and you keep your other options as usual for the rest of the staff, so the employees that can telework. Remember, I mentioned it's for individual annual productive hours and not for monthly. For the monthly hourly rate, still you can benefit, but that will mean moving from the monthly hourly rate to the annual hourly rate calculation for the year 2020. And I have to remember here that you have to do this for all your personnel, which is working on all your GAs in ongoing at 2020, so for the whole financial year. I mentioned, so the hourly rate, because you have already seen, is calculated the formula, the annual personnel cost and the annual productive hours. I know I started with the denominator, but here is the most, here is where you have to include. However, also for the annual personnel cost, you have already maybe discussed this through the day. So the annual personnel cost, you can include and not include everything which is according to the general and fulfills the general and specific eligibility condition for Article 6.2. So including that the cost must be actual, so the salary, the social security contribution, everything that you have there. You may of course not include the costs which are not to be included in general, and in any case, in addition, in this situation, you cannot include any amount which is reimbursed from other sources. So if there are, for example, social security or public scheme or short-time work scheme or which reimburse the cost to you in this case and cover partially the scheme, being partial or totally, that amount has to be taken out from the annual personnel cost. Why? Because this is not a cost, this is already reimbursed. This is for the personnel cost. timesheets. That's another, I chose to put it here because we received, I think, many questions on timesheets, given that this confinement period may have led to difficulties for beneficiaries either in obtaining the monthly signature of the timesheet or if the monthly signature, the electronic signature or the monthly counter signature of the timesheet by the supervisor. Well, two options are possible in this situation to tackle the difficulties that you may have encountered. Either signature of the timesheet is you can delay it until the confinement is lifted, or you can send an electronic version of the signing, a scan, a photo, whatever you can do under the circumstances to your supervisor and by email, and the supervisor approves it and replies to the email to the employee. Of course, in this case, you need to keep the original timesheet with the signature plus with the signature of the person plus the acceptance by email, of course, of the supervisor. So like that, you also have the documentation needed for proving that the timesheets were correctly fulfilled. I think that's for the personnel cost. My computer blocked. Okay. Do you still hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you both. Okay, another point which I put on the slides, you can also find this information, as I mentioned, in the FIQ on the funding and tenders portal, is about the action duration and the start date of the action, because we have also received many questions on this regard. So can we extend the duration of the action? Yes, and will be quite flexible and favorably for all requests that you have you will submit if needed for up to 6 months of extension for the duration. Beyond the 6 months, we'll have to assess and we'll be doing on a case-by-case assessment, which will be done by the PO to assess, of course, the necessity to extend so much the project beyond the initial action duration. As for the start date, if the question also received, can we postpone the start date? Yes, it can also be postponed. And here the treatment, I mentioned 2 cases. It depends on the state where the GA is in, either about to be signed, and then since you are your gap, you just indicate a new fixed date in the gap when you want to start the date later in the future. Or for the GA is already signed, but with the condition that no work has already started, then you can set a fixed date via an amendment in this case in the future. Beware that any start date fixed later in the future will have an impact on the pre-financing and will delay it. That's a quick overview. What about delays? So we signed the grant, we saw the cost a bit earlier, we extended the duration, we saw what about the delays in projects who are already working when the confinement measure was put in place. The delays can be either in action implementation or in the submission of the reports. The delays, how will the delays encounter in action implementation will be treated? We'll try to give the full flexibility or the maximum possibility as regards the deliverables, the date for the deliverables, the milestones, the report, if their performance was impacted by the confinement measure. And this is also a bit, for instance, links with the interim payments and the flexibility in the interim payments, and in particular with the technical report, because these delays for deliverable milestone might also reflect in the technical report when you have to fulfill and fill the narrative part Renata was mentioning earlier of the technical report of your scientific work. So there you have a possibility, for instance, and I'm jumping on the interim payments, to submit a shorter narrative of this part of your scientific description of your report, which will focus on the key explanation of the works performed. So the key achievement, explanation on why it was difficult to perform the task and why you have encountered delays in the deliverable, in the milestone, or how, what were the difficulties you encountered due to the COVID situation. Now, also as regards the final payments, since we are in the final payments, we have two possibilities actually to cover, to combat, to fight this impact. Either you have to, depending on where you have reached your grant as regards the 90% payment of the grant maximum grant amount. Because if it's and this is with the aim to help you have cash flow and also charge the cost you have already incurred with the report. So basically, and you cannot fulfill, however, you cannot finalize your action task and you cannot submit the reports, but still you have done some work up to this moment. And this, in this case, you have the possibility to request an amendment to introduce an additional interim payment. So it's a new interim payment. In this case, based on the cost and on the technical reports that you are going to submit, will be able to pay up to 90%. However, if the limit of the 90% was reached, then in this case, we'll advise to ask for an extension of the action duration and instead, because like that it will give you time to fulfill the action task and then to submit the final reports. However, in any case, if you still want, or if you none of these two possibilities are what is necessary for your project, you also have the possibility to submit the request. For instance, if the issue that you encounter is actually not the work but the CFS, without the CFS, you remember that we have already talked about, I think Isabel mentioning, the CFS is due at the final payment. However, since we had the confinement and the auditors could not work on the action, there was no CFS. Either you can ask for an extension of the action duration, or you have the possibility to have the final payment, but even if no CFS. But in this case, for those beneficiaries who will not submit a CFS, the amount will be kept at euro 324.90 to be more exact. Why? Because remember, the threshold, eligibility threshold for the CFS when the CFS was required was 325,000 euros, as Isabel explained earlier. And another possibility, if there are delays in submitting reports, and that is the 60-day period. Remember, you have 60 days to submit reports. Sorry, I touched my mouse from by mistake. You have 60 days to submit the periodic and the final report. We can also be flexible, and the Commission will be flexible as regards this 60-day period and may stop the clock for the 60-day period and give you more time to submit the reports. Okay, so far I know it's very quick, but I know it's also very late. Among the last slides that I have is, okay, I can also do this, but do I need an amendment or not? What are the cases where I need where I need an amendment? Now, remember, we said we are going to do full flexibility for due dates, for deliverable, for milestones. And I mentioned that teleworking costs are maybe eligible and charged to the action, even if teleworking was not the usual practices of the beneficiaries. Why? Because our advice first would be to, if and this flexibility is also consists of, okay, you cannot do field work, but you can do remote work or to desk work, drafting of reports, then shift the tasks from of the physical presence and okay, since this cannot be achieved during this measure, and if the researcher can do telework and do remote work, ask them to work and put them to work on the action for remotely. So, for instance, for the drafting and report during this confinement period. So, shift tasks from physical work to remote work. Is this an amendment necessary? Now will not be an amendment necessary. This is also in the line of the flexibility I mentioned. However, also I mentioned for the personnel cost that you need to, if you use option 1 or 3 for the annual productive hours calculation, to move to option 2, which is individual annual productive hours calculation. Do I need an amendment? No. But what about the request to introduce an additional interim payment or to extend the action duration? yes, there you will need an amendment. And the action duration I mentioned already, if it's going to be upon request, and of course on a case-by-case assessment for its necessity for periods longer than 6 months. One thing which I haven't mentioned, but I put it here since in any case there is an amendment and is going to be also based on a case-by-case assessment, is to reorient your action in order to contribute to tackling this COVID-19 crisis. Yes, this is also possible. It's also covered and specifically mentioned in the action, because you know that in principle you cannot change the action to put into question the award of the grant, but you can still, under this extreme circumstances, reorient the action, but to contribute to tackling this crisis. And in this case, this can still be done, but via an amendment. And I already, I don't know, I mentioned it 100 times. You may also find all this information in the first information bullet point, H2020 COVID-19 FIQs. And where this FIQ, one after one, is detailed and explained. Other questions, you already, I think you already saw this slide, so you may find for the general for H2020 annotated grant agreement. And if you still have questions, because I know the time is already overpassed, you can address them to the Research Inquiry Service.
Thank you very much, Simona.
Thank you very much for the attention.
There were plenty of questions, so if you can wait a little bit longer, Cara is there with you. Cara?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Logging them now. They're still coming in. Maybe I think on the whole, your last few slides summarized when an amendment was needed and not. So I think that answered quite a lot of the questions there. So I won't focus on those ones. Okay. So, well, one that's in there is using budget to support COVID. What should be done? And I think it's related to the reorientation of the action. Maybe you could just clarify that a little bit.
The orientation of the action, yes, it implies a reorientation of the action task to contribute to tackling the COVID-19 crisis, and also of the budget allocated. But as far as I know, there's gonna be no, so you have to deal with the budget that you have inside already in the ongoing grant. So there is not going to be an increase of the maximum grant amount for this case. So that will be up to the consortium, consortium how to do and split the budget and share the transfer the budget if necessary to tackle the COVID-19 crisis.
Simona, we are losing you from time to time. Please stay close to the micro.
Okay, another question was about the amendments to extend by 6 months, and if there would be other changes, would it be better to bundle the two or to separate the two amendments?
I would say bundle the two, Cara, but I'm talking about maybe under the control of my colleagues. But if you have other needs and you still need also to tackle the corona crisis because you cannot work, so you need up to 6 months of attention, maybe it's not bad to put everything in together and do a one amendment.
Then maybe one participant in France mentioned that officially things, the quarantine or the lockdown has been lifted, but a lot of employers are not recommending to go back to the office, and can they still benefit from flexibility even if the member state is starting to lift certain measures? And it's a flexibility concerning the timesheets or not.
If they are still under teleworking, yes, they may still benefit from the flexibility as regards the time sheets. So, because I imagine since they are still teleworking, they can still not sign or have delays in the signature of the timesheets. So, yes, until the confinement measures are over, and I know that the general approach is that we start lifting them. Of course, the situation may be different from country to country, and we'll have to assess at a certain moment exactly what is the extent possible, but the Commission will opt for flexibility as much as possible.
We have time for 2 more questions.
Okay, one more was again related obviously to the amendments was now some projects that have recently started, so it's not that they're coming towards the end of their project, but they are near the beginning, but they already estimate that they will have problems to complete all the tasks within the duration, and it's asking, should they already process the amendments, or what sort of action should they take?
But they are already they are in the beginning of the grant.
Yes.
And there is no possibility to catch up in the duration, because that will have to be first assessed. If there is a possibility to catch up and do without an extension of the duration, then indeed it will be better maybe to see if this can be catch up, given that during this period they have full flexibility. But if they consider, because this will be that there is no way in this this could be achieved, yes, they may also request for an extension of the action duration.
Indeed, I think from a practical point of view, probably better just to warn the project officer, make sure that it's highlighted in any periodic report that's due, but maybe to wait closer to the time to see if it can be caught up.
I would say the same, because we have full flexibility at this stage, and it is possible that in the next reporting period they're already catching up, and maybe in 1 year from this will be a memory, unfortunate, not the happiest in our lives, but maybe the situation will be overcome. I'm optimistic.
Then, well, maybe one last one, which I think that you have covered, but maybe it wasn't caught by everyone, but researchers that are working from home, so teleworking, and it's the question of indirect costs. Are they eligible on those personnel costs? That did come up a couple of times, certain bills and so on that might have.
Like in the normal situation, if I'm not mistaken, but I will like to see if Miriam is there, so I'm talking under her control. Indirect cost for person teleworking may be eligible up to the 25%. But they are already included, since all the costs are there, they can be, and they will be left included in the personal cost, and therefore the calculation is automatic.
Okay.
Okay, if there's, I mean, there were quite a lot, and at this stage I'm trying to see if I can spot a separate one, but I can't. There's quite a lot. So I think what Simona mentioned, if there is anything, they can be directed through the Research Inquiry Service, and we'll answer them all duly in writing.
What about amendment to manage impact of COVID? Esto igual te interesa, ¿eh?
Okay, sorry, I don't know what was that. Well, in any case, thank you, Simona, and thank you, Cara. I think we have come to an end now. We are a little bit late, sorry. I was planning to finalize at 15:30, but well, half an hour more. I hope it was worth it. I want to remind you again that all presentations will be available in the next 2-3 days, I imagine 2 days. Under the agenda in the registration page, you have under the chat several times the link to this page. Just to remind you that the next coordinator day will be on grant agreement preparation in September 2020, and in November we'll have another one like this one, amendment and reporting. Hopefully both of them will be face-to-face. You are invited to attend if you wish. So, people are still muting the micro. Please turn them off. I want to thank finally all the speakers, and I want to thank especially Renata and Cara for taking care of the questions. We are sorry we could not answer all of them, but please remember that you have the Research Inquiry Service. You can always contact them and ask your questions over there. I also want to thank Olympia Qureshi. Olympia has been the organization, and also he has answered most of the questions, the technical questions in the chat. And most important, I want to thank all of you for participating. I hope to see you soon. Please take care. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye, and thank you, everyone.
Bye-bye.